quand elle veut. C'est à elle de te donner le go. Comme ça, moi, le jingle, moi, je suis prêt. Dès que tu balances le jingle. Ça fait plaisir.
everybody, bonjour tout le monde. My name is Faisal. I will be your moderator, your MC for the next 2 days. I'm so glad and happy in order to be here for the 6th annual conference of APSA. I would like deeply, truly thank you for your presence today. And first, I run into the program and tell you what's going to happen in the next 2 days and how we're going to run this. Just a few instructions. Well, first, I see that you have your translation headset, so okay. If you don't have your translation headset, you can get it at the back of the room. 2 languages available, French and English, le français and English. Some of the speakers will be French speaking, many others will be English speaking. At the beginning of every intervention, I will tell you ça sera en français or it will be in English. So that's the first thing. The other thing, and really, because you know that APSA is this, we can say a platform that brings together all the regulators, all the authorities that are managing pension systems in the respective countries. And the thing is that we're going to share knowledge, we're going to share experiences, with only one goal in Africa is to ensure pension systems that are strong, reliable, because at the end of the day, what we want is that people get their pension when times come. That's as simple as that. And I would like to thank, and I'm going to ask them to stand up, all the people representing the countries. You're going to see we're going to display the flags on the screen, and I want great applauses for all these countries. So please, stand up. Seychelles, people from Seychelles, where are they? Where are you? Zambia. Eswatini. Welcome. Rwanda. Uganda, Nigeria. Please, it doesn't sound like African applauses, please. We're not in UK. Sorry for. So, okay, great applauses. Malawi. Tanzania. Kenya. Namibia. Zimbabwe. Ghana. South Africa. Morocco. And Burundi. Okay, thank you again for being all here today. Second thing, maybe at the entrance of the room you've noticed that there were 3 QR codes, one for the whole program, one for the booklet, speaker's booklet, because maybe you want to run through all the biographies, all the speakers that are here in the next 2 days. And you have another QR code at the entrance, maybe the location of the gala dinner tonight. So this QR code is for the speaker's booklet if you want to scan it, and then you can run through all the biographies. So, very quickly to start, just to tell you how we're going to run this for the next 2 days. We have 5 discussion panels for the next 2 days. 3 today and 2 tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be done by maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock. I'll be the timekeeper, maybe the time killer. So don't be afraid. I'm talking to the moderators because you are used to this exercise. 5 panels that will last 70 minutes, so 1 hour, 10 minutes, including Q&A, including the introduction of the topic by an expert, and then a moderator for each panel. So I ask all the moderators, all the presenters of the that will be introducing all the panels to respect the time, because the Q&A are included. All right? So we're going to talk about a lot of things in the next 2 days. We'll talk about this in a few minutes, but let's switch to the opening session and the speeches. Je vais passer en français, comme ça vous voyez si vos casques de traduction fonctionnent. I'm going to switch to French to check if your translation headsets are working, and because the first speech will be in French. Madame la ministre des Finances et de l'Économie au Maroc aurait bien voulu être avec nous aujourd'hui. Malheureusement, elle n'a pas pu être avec nous, mais elle a tenu à ouvrir cette conférence annuelle, et Dieu sait que ça lui tient à cœur, que le sujet lui tient à cœur, en nous envoyant un message. Je vous laisse donc avec le message enregistré de Madame Nadia Fethalaoui, ministre de l'Économie et des Finances du Royaume du Maroc.
Chers participants à la 6e conférence annuelle de l'APSA, mesdames et messieurs, je tiens tout d'abord à vous adresser mes salutations les plus sincères et vous souhaiter la bienvenue au Maroc à l'occasion de la 6e édition de la conférence annuelle de l'APSA que nous avons l'immense honneur d'accueillir à Marrakech. Je tenais à travers ce message de réaffirmer tout l'intérêt que je porte à cette rencontre et à saluer l'engagement constant de l'APSA en faveur d'une régulation des retraites solidaires, convergentes et ambitieuses à l'échelle de notre continent. Mesdames et messieurs, partout dans le monde, les systèmes de retraite sont à la croisée des chemins. Sous l'effet conjugué du vieillissement démographique, de l'allongement de l'espérance de vie, de la transformation des marchés du travail et des incertitudes économiques, les modèles historiques de retraite sont mis à rude épreuve. Dans les économies avancées, il s'agit davantage d'un déséquilibre croissant entre le nombre de cotisants et le nombre de retraités qui remet en cause la soutenabilité de nombreux régimes publics. Dans les pays émergents et en développement, et notamment en Afrique, l'enjeu central demeure l'élargissement de la couverture à des populations souvent en dehors du secteur formel. La retraite n'est donc plus aujourd'hui une question comptable, financière ou actuarielle. Elle renvoie à des enjeux profonds, des enjeux de justice sociale, de solidarité intergénérationnelle, de sécurité économique et de confiance dans le pacte social. Partout, les États s'interrogent. Comment garantir un revenu digne aux personnes âgées sans compromettre les équilibres financiers? Comment préserver les droits acquis tout en préservant l'avenir? Et comment construire des systèmes plus résilients, plus inclusifs, mieux adaptés aux transformations du monde du travail? Ces interrogations prennent une dimension toute particulière sur notre continent africain, où les systèmes de retraite doivent relever des défis structurels majeurs. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que le taux de couverture en Afrique demeure globalement faible. Souvent, dans nos pays, seuls les agents du secteur public et les salariés des grandes entreprises formelles bénéficient d'un système de retraite. Dans la majorité de nos pays, une large part de la population active évolue dans l'économie informelle sans aucun mécanisme structuré de protection vieillesse. Les transitions démographiques, les parcours professionnels discontinus, la mobilité croissante des travailleurs posent également des défis inédits au régime existant. Face à cette réalité, il ne s'agit plus seulement d'adapter nos systèmes de retraite. Nous avons une responsabilité historique de les repenser en profondeur. Cela suppose d'imaginer des régimes plus souples, plus contributifs, technologiquement ouverts et socialement équitables. Et c'est dans cette perspective que la coopération interafricaine prend tout son sens. En mutualisant nos expertises, en harmonisant nos cadres réglementaires et en investissant dans des solutions adaptées à nos réalités locales, nous pouvons bâtir une architecture africaine des retraites qui soit résiliente, solidaire et au service du développement humain. Au Maroc, sous la vision éclairée de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, le sujet du capital humain et de la protection sociale est en haut de l'agenda de développement de notre pays. Nous avons aujourd'hui un agenda pour élargir la retraite aux 5 millions de Marocains qui n'ont pas encore de couverture et de réformer les systèmes existants pour les secteurs publics et privés. Mesdames et messieurs, dans ce contexte mondial exigeant que les pays africains sont appelés à définir leurs propres réponses en tenant compte de leurs spécificités économiques, sociales et démographiques. Si les défis sont nombreux, les opportunités le sont tout autant. L'Afrique dispose d'une marge d'action importante pour façonner des modèles innovants, inclusifs et adaptés à ces réalités. Notre continent a besoin d'une régulation modernisée, interconnectée et fondée sur des principes de bonne gouvernance. Elle a besoin aussi d'espaces de dialogue, comme celui que vous tenez aujourd'hui, pour harmoniser les normes, mutualiser les savoir-faire et faire émerger une vision panafricaine de la retraite centrée sur la dignité des personnes et la résilience des institutions. Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi en conclusion de féliciter chaleureusement l'APSA, la CAPS et FSD Africa pour la qualité de cette initiative. Je forme le vœu que vos travaux soient riches, inspirants et qu'ils renforcent nos convergences africaines pour faire de la retraite un levier de stabilité, d'équité et d'espérance. Je vous remercie.
Et voilà, c'était Madame la ministre de l'Économie et des Finances en ouverture de cette conférence annuelle. Et je vous demande d'accueillir Si Abdelrahim Chafaï, président de la CAPS, l'autorité de contrôle des assurances et de la prévoyance sociale. Et son discours sera également en français.
Bonjour tout le monde, Madame la Présidente de l'APSA, Madame la Présidente de l'EPS, Madame la représentante principale des marchés de capitaux au sein de SFD Africa, Mesdames et Messieurs les responsables d'institutions de supervision de retraite, Mesdames et Messieurs les experts, les chercheurs et représentants d'institutions nationales, Mesdames et Messieurs, chacun en son nom et en sa qualité. C'est pour moi un grand plaisir de prendre part à l'ouverture de cette 6e conférence annuelle de l'APSA que nous sommes fiers d'accueillir au Maroc pour la première fois. Permettez-moi en tout premier lieu de souhaiter la bienvenue à toutes les délégations ici présentes, venues de plusieurs pays et du continent africain, pour participer à ces 2 journées de réflexion, d'échange et de travail autour d'un thème central: construire la résilience du paysage africain des retraites. Je tiens également à saluer chaleureusement l'APSA pour son engagement constant en faveur du développement de systèmes de retraite inclusifs, performants et durables sur le continent africain. Mes remerciements s'adressent également à FSD, dont l'appui technique et financier contribue activement à la promotion de solutions innovantes au service de la protection sociale en Afrique. J'exprime le souhait que vous puissiez profiter pleinement de votre séjour dans la ville impériale de Marrakech, ville d'histoire, de culture et d'hospitalité qui incarne à sa manière l'ouverture du Maroc sur l'Afrique et sur le monde. Mesdames et messieurs, en accueillant cette conférence ici à Marrakech, nous réaffirmons notre attachement à la coopération interafricaine, notamment en matière de supervision ou de réforme de systèmes de protection sociale. Ce rendez-vous intervient à un moment particulièrement stratégique, marqué à la fois par les transitions démographiques accélérées que connaît notre continent, les mutations économiques et technologiques profondes, mais aussi par une volonté renouvelée dans de nombreux pays de faire des systèmes de retraite un véritable levier d'inclusion et de stabilité. Comme vous le savez, les défis sont nombreux: faible taux de couverture, poids de l'informel, déséquilibre structurel, transformation des parcours professionnels, vulnérabilité accrue de certaines catégories de la population, notamment les femmes et les personnes âgées en milieu rural. Face à ces enjeux, il nous faut construire des réponses résilientes, adaptées à nos contextes, mais aussi fondées sur les principes de solidarité, de soutenabilité et de transparence. C'est dans cet esprit que s'inscrit notre rencontre d'aujourd'hui. Elle offre un espace de dialogue entre régulateurs, experts et partenaires permettant de partager les bonnes pratiques, d'identifier ensemble les pistes d'innovation et de renforcer notre capacité collective à piloter des réformes structurelles courageuses et inclusives. Mesdames et messieurs, au-delà de nos diversités institutionnelles et économiques, l'ensemble du continent africain est aujourd'hui confronté à une dynamique irréversible, celle du vieillissement de sa population. Bien que l'Afrique demeure le continent le plus jeune au monde, les tendances démographiques indiquent une transition rapide. Selon les Nations Unies, la population africaine de plus de 60 ans devrait tripler d'ici 2050 pour atteindre 215 millions de personnes. Cette évolution s'explique notamment par l'amélioration progressive de l'espérance de vie, qui devrait dépasser 68 ans en moyenne sur le continent d'ici 2050, contre 60 ans en 2000, ainsi que la baisse de la fécondité. Ce double mouvement démographique entraîne une augmentation rapide du rapport de dépendance des personnes âgées dans plusieurs pays d'Afrique. Cette transformation silencieuse mais profonde impose dès aujourd'hui une adaptation ambitieuse de nos politiques de retraite et de notre protection sociale. Or, le taux de couverture reste très faible. Selon la Banque mondiale, seulement 10% des personnes en âge de travailler en Afrique cotisent un régime contributif. En Afrique subsaharienne, ce taux est encore plus bas. Cette faible couverture se répercute directement sur le niveau de protection des personnes âgées. Selon l'Organisation internationale du travail, à peine un tiers d'entre elles perçoivent une pension de retraite, qu'elle soit contributive ou non contributive. Bien entendu, les réalités diffèrent d'un pays à l'autre. Cette diversité appelle à des approches différenciées, ajustées à la structure de l'emploi, aux dynamiques démographiques et aux ressources disponibles. En parallèle, la viabilité des systèmes est affectée par une baisse contributive restreinte, une espérance de vie en hausse et la prédominance des modèles de répartition. De nombreux régimes présentent des taux de remplacement élevés avec des durées de cotisation faibles, ce qui alourdit les engagements futurs. Ces constats, largement partagés, appellent une refondation de nos modèles à travers la mise en place de dispositifs hybrides contribuant régimes contributifs et non contributifs, l'élargissement de la couverture à l'économie informelle grâce aux micropensions et à l'incitation fiscale, l'évolution vers une supervision fondée sur les risques, plus préventive et adaptée. Honorable assistance, le Maroc n'est pas en marge de ces transformations. En tant qu'instance de régulation, la CAPS accompagne les pouvoirs publics, notamment dans le cadre du chantier royal de généralisation de la protection sociale lancé en 2021 sous l'impulsion de Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI, que Dieu l'assiste. Ce chantier structurant vise à faire du droit à la protection sociale un pilier de la justice sociale et de la cohésion nationale. En ce qui concerne plus particulièrement le système marocain des retraites, celui-ci repose sur des régimes obligatoires couvrant les secteurs publics et privés, avec une prédominance du mode de financement par répartition. Malgré les efforts d'harmonisation engagés depuis plusieurs années, certaines disparités persistent entre régimes. Aujourd'hui, le taux de couverture retraite au Maroc est estimé à 49% de la population active. Les mesures prévues par la loi cadre numéro 09-21 relative à la protection sociale devraient permettre d'atteindre un taux de couverture supérieur à 80% à terme. Sur le plan financier, les régimes présentent des vulnérabilités. Des projections faites en 2024 indiquent un épuisement des réserves en 2031 pour le régime des pensions civiles, une échéance repoussée 3 ans par rapport à l'évaluation faite en 2022 qui fixait cette date à 2028, grâce notamment à l'effet positif des récentes augmentations de salaire dans la fonction publique. Par ailleurs, les projections tablent sur une extinction des réserves en 2035 pour le régime de la sécurité sociale CNSS du secteur privé et l'horizon 2051 pour le régime collectif d'allocation de retraite RCAR. Mesdames et messieurs, les enjeux que nous partageons tous exigent une coopération renforcée, une capacité à mutualiser nos ressources et une volonté commune de renforcer la gouvernance et la transparence. Ainsi, cette conférence constitue l'occasion de repositionner la question des retraites au cœur des stratégies de développement humain en Afrique, en protégeant mieux les personnes âgées, en intégrant les travailleurs du secteur informel et en valorisant l'investissement de long terme des caisses de retraite. Nous pouvons faire des systèmes de retraite des vecteurs puissants de cohésion sociale et de croissance durable. Je suis convaincu que cette 6e conférence de l'APSA sera un catalyseur d'engagement et d'action concrète à la hauteur des défis que nous partageons. Je vous remercie pour votre attention et vous souhaite des échanges fructueux.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Chefai. Et en tout cas, vous nous avez donné absolument toutes les lignes qui vont nous permettre de discuter pendant ces 2 jours. Je vais vous demander d'accueillir, please, ladies and gentlemen, now, welcome Mrs. Zarina Kamrudian, chairperson from the APSA. Please.
Chairperson of the Supervisory Authority of Insurance and Social Welfare, ACAPS, of Morocco, Mr. Abdurrahim Shafai, the President of the International Organization of Pension Supervisors, IOPS, and Deputy Commissioner of the Financial Sector Conduct Authority of South Africa, Ms. Astrid Luden, Principal Specialist Capital Markets, Financial Sector Deepening Africa, Mrs. Mary Nguna, distinguished moderators, speakers, and panelists of the 2025 APSA Annual Conference, distinguished members of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, the Executive Committee and Secretariat of APSA, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is truly an honor to be amongst you this morning at the 6th APSA Annual Conference of 2025 in this mystical and culturally rich city of Marrakech, Morocco. I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. We are deeply grateful to ACAPS, an executive member of APSA, for co-hosting this event with us, and to FSD Africa for their continued and invaluable support. APSA, the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, was born in 2019 in Nairobi by 6 visionary founding members: Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, South Africa, Uganda, and Zambia. Over the past 6 years, our association has flourished. It has expanded to include 18 members. That's a growth of 200%, which is quite incredible. With Botswana, Ghana, Morocco, Malawi, Burundi, Namibia, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, Seychelles, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, and Angola joining the ranks of our active participants. We continue to welcome new members as we advance. Since its founding, APSA has stood as a collaborative force in Africa's pensions ecosystem, creating a space for regulators, supervisors, policymakers, and thought leaders to engage on the unique realities of our African pension landscape. Whilst each of our jurisdictions faces its own set of circumstances, there is a golden thread that runs through many of the challenges we confront: low coverage in the informal sector, rapidly shifting demographics, lower than desirable investment returns, which speaks to adequacy and sustainability of pensions. Yet alongside these challenges lie immense opportunities. Across the continent, pension funds are gaining in size and significance, and with that comes the potential to influence national and regional development and economic transformation. Through dialogue and cooperation, we can ensure that our pension systems are not only resilient, but are also agents of change, supporting inclusive growth, long-term investment, and a dignified retirement for all Africans. This annual conference has become an important fixture on our calendar, an opportunity not just to deliberate on technical matters, important as that might be, but to reflect collectively on the role that we play as custodians of retirement security for Africa's working population. After the anticipation following the 5th APSA conference in Livingstone, Zambia, we reconvene to reflect on our collective journey within the pension sector, a journey steadfastly aimed at creating a secure and dignified retirement future for all Africans. This is a path that none of us can traverse alone. It demands our united effort across the continent in close collaboration with our stakeholders, development partners, and pension experts globally. This annual conference is an integral part of that shared journey, and we look forward to forging actionable solutions that will propel our sector to unprecedented heights. Our theme this year, Building Resilience in Africa's Pension Landscape, could not be more timely nor urgent. Africa's pension systems are at a pivotal juncture. We face an increasingly complex environment marked by rising fiscal pressures, profound demographic shifts, technological disruptions, global volatility, and geopolitical challenges. At the same time, there is a growing demand for sustainability, inclusion, and innovation in the way we design and manage our pension systems. Over the course of the conference, we will engage with a wide range of themes that are highly relevant to our sector today: the move from traditional compliance approaches to risk-based supervision, the strides made, and of course the lessons learned, strategies for anticipating and managing emerging risks such as cyber threats and climate-related disruptions, the growing role of ESG-aligned investing, and the need for an African ESG taxonomy, and the development of models such as micro-pensions to extend coverage to all workers, including, importantly, to workers in the informal sector. 2 of our sessions will specifically delve into ongoing work sponsored by key development partners in which APSA directly participates. The first, supported by our valued conference partner, FSD Africa, is a project titled A Comprehensive Assessment of Pension Systems and Asset Management Industry in Africa. This vital undertaking is being implemented by Calent Consulting and FNACTU in collaboration with APSA and the Pan-Africa Fund Management Association, commonly known as PAFMA. The project is set to generate profound knowledge on the diverse pension systems adopted across the continent and will culminate in a robust, interactive pensions, and asset management database. This resource will significantly streamline our analytical work and inform the necessary pension reforms we aim to implement. For this ongoing project, you have received questionnaires, and whilst the response rate has been low, we anticipate that there will be certain engagements with yourselves because Calland and Fanaktu, fortunately, are present with us here today. So kindly be cooperative and do engage with them. I think it's for our overall benefit. I can assure you that the work is progressing exceptionally well. They have shared a comprehensive progress report with us yesterday at the APSA workshop. The second session featuring ongoing work is session 4, focusing on responsible investments in the pension sector in Africa. This initiative is being undertaken under the auspices of African Development Bank, spearheaded by the African Financial Alliance on Climate Change, or AFAC. AFAC is facilitating extensive stakeholder consultations with financial and real economy participants to develop an African sustainable finance taxonomy. This framework to categorize financial assets, transactions, and companies based on their contributions to achieving sustainability objectives within the African context. Further work stemming from this initiative aims to establish a Pan-African ESG information hub. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to immerse yourself in this rich agenda and enjoy the deliberations as we collectively discern what truly works for us and what does not. As we move forward, I urge each of you to participate fully in these interactions for our mutual benefit. We must ensure that no voice is left unheard. In conclusion, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us this year at this year's annual conference. Our strong partnerships and collaborations moving forward will undoubtedly deliver immense value to the pensions industry across the continent. I take this opportunity to wish you fruitful deliberations during this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zorina, for running through the program of the different panels. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Astrid Ludin, President of the International Organization of Pension Supervisors and Deputy Commissioner, Financial Sector Conduct Authority of South Africa.
Glasses on. I'm getting to the age where I need my glasses to read. Good morning, everybody. Let me begin with recognizing Mr. Shafai, the chairperson of oh my goodness, of ACAPS, Ms. Zarina Kamarudin, the chairperson of APSA, APSA delegates, and of course esteemed guests. I am very honored, in fact, to be able to address you this year at the 6th annual conference, APSA conference. And I'd like to add my sincere thanks to Mr. Shafai and the team and his team, and also to Dr. Shem and the APSA Secretariat, and of course to my colleague and chair of APSA, Ms. Kamarudin, for the excellent organization of the event, and also for the invitation to join you this year. I'd like to begin by underscoring the significance of APSA and this annual event, which brings together African pension supervisors and, of course, a whole range of experts that we have with us today. APSA and this conference in particular is a forum where issues that are specific to our continent and to our pension systems can be discussed. While the primary focus of pension systems is, of course, to provide security for people in old age, they serve a much broader function in most economies, and they provide the foundations for financial market development. In South Africa, our pension system has driven and contributed to the deepening of our capital markets. And it's for that reason that it is so central to our financial system. The success of APSA highlights not only the importance of pension systems on the continent, but also the need for exchanges between regulators, both from a supervisory perspective, but of course, as I've already indicated, from a market development perspective. The range and diversity of pension systems on our continent enhances both the opportunities to learn from each other, and to exchange experiences about the approaches and initiatives to develop our systems and our supervisory capacity. As I mentioned in some remarks yesterday, the challenges of pension systems in Africa are somewhat different to the challenges experienced in jurisdictions such as Europe and Latin America. Their biggest challenge, of course, is their aging and declining population. Others this morning have already mentioned this challenge, but I'd like to just mention something that the World Economic Forum recently noted, which is that for the first time in human history, the people aged over 65 and over outnumber children aged 5 and younger. And while we on the African continent are fortunate to have a young and growing population, we need to anticipate the challenges, the future challenges as life expectancy increases. It also provides a distinct challenge for us to design systems that meet the needs of this young and growing population within, of course, our context, our particular economic contexts. And while we must find solutions that fit our diverse requirements, we should be pragmatic, but also ambitious in what we set out to achieve. I recently came across the Mercer CFA Institute Global Pension Index, the report for 2024. I'm not sure if many of you have seen it. What was interesting was the features of the base pension systems in the world that it highlighted. And these are that a state pension for the aged poor should provide at least 25% of the average wage. It should include, or it includes, a net replacement rate, both for the public and public and private pensions, of at least 65% of a medium income earner with a full career, private pension coverage of at least 80% of the working age population, pension contributions that are being invested for the future of at least 12% of wages, pension assets of at least 100% of GDP, and then, of course, and perhaps most importantly, a well-governed and well-regulated private pension system. And that is why many of us are here as well. So I think these features set an ambitious and perhaps an aspirational benchmark for us as pension supervisors and for our policymakers. It's useful to keep such aspirations in mind when we think through the design of our systems and the products we allow and we encourage in our markets. The agenda of the next 2 days reflects the matters that are of concern to you as African supervisors and that have been touched on already by previous speakers. Risk-based supervision, investment, and developing more flexible products to expand the coverage of pension systems, especially into the informal sector. It's important that we learn from each other, that we understand what has worked and what hasn't, and that we think through the challenges together. As others have also mentioned, an underlying theme is the role that technology can play in understanding needs, in monitoring trends, and in creating access. The use of technology provides huge opportunities for efficiency, for risk management, and for creating access. But of course, it brings with it risks that we must always be mindful of. In fact, the uppermost risk that pension supervisors globally have identified for a recent IOPS survey is cybersecurity. that perhaps is the new frontier from a standards perspective. So let me conclude by reiterating the appreciation of IOPS for being included in this event in a supportive capacity, but also to listen and obtain feedback and input from what we think of as a key membership constituency. I look forward to learning with you and from you over the next days and look forward to seeing many of you in Paris in September. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Astrid. And to end this opening session, please welcome Mrs. Maureen Njuguna, Principal Specialist, Capital Markets at FSD Africa.
Mr. Abderrahim Shafai, Chairman of ACAPS, Ms. Astrid Ludin, President IOPS, Ms. Zarina Kamordien, Chairperson of APSA, CEOs of pension regulators, distinguished delegates, allow me to stand on existing protocols. Bonjour à tous and good morning. So this is a very important time in history that we happen to be in. The continent's population is projected to reach 2.5 billion by 2050. And external financial flows and government borrowing is more constrained than ever on our continent. And yet the role of pension funds in securing the future of our people while driving long-term investments in critical sectors has never been more vital. So this is a point in time when our economies on the continent must double down efforts to both accumulate, safeguard, and also mobilize our own domestic capital. So it's therefore a pleasure for us at FSD Africa to join you today at the 6th annual conference of this association's gathering. And we think that this is definitely a timely forum to dialogue, to learn, and to bring together the various pension regulatory authorities, industry stakeholders, and development partners, each playing a very crucial role in shaping resilient and inclusive pension systems in Africa. It is also quite significant that this year's conference is happening here in Morocco, in the beautiful Marrakesh. And Morocco is a shining example in Africa of sustainable development through resilient capital accumulation by pension funds and investment of these assets in real sectors of the economy. As has been mentioned before, Africa's pension system faces mounting pressures from macroeconomic volatility, debt distress, demographic shifts, low formal employment and informality, as well as climate risk, technology disruption, and weak governance in some markets. But pension systems therefore must be resilient to these shocks, ensuring continuity and creating long-term value. And building resilience is not really an option for us as a continent for where we are. It's a necessity for social protection, fiscal health, and sustainable development. Africa's pension coverage remains low, that has been mentioned, and the sector is largely dominated by public and defined benefit schemes, and up to 80% held in government securities, which creates a concentration risk in a climate of growing fiscal stress. But the good news for us today is that in that backdrop, there is an untapped potential within the continent. Institutional investors in Africa, including pension funds, manage about $2.4 trillion, and this is projected to grow to about $6.4 trillion by 2040. So this represents an untapped source of patient, long-term capital that can help finance Africa's critical infrastructure, climate, and development gaps, and provide much-needed returns for its members. And this can happen in various ways, one of which includes the broadening of pension coverage, as has been mentioned, through innovative platforms, flexible instruments, and improved financial literacy. Second is strengthening the regulatory and governance frameworks. And as FSD Africa, we continue to work with you along this journey, providing technical assistance to various markets in strengthening their regulatory frameworks, their supervisory tools, and their institutional capacity. And we are also keen to collaborate and continue collaborating with regulators in transitioning from compliance-based models to forward-looking resilient systems. Thirdly, there is an opportunity here to diversify investment portfolios into infrastructure, private equity, real estate, and even ESG-aligned instruments that provide better returns, reduce risk, systemic risk, and help finance national priorities. As FSD Africa, we work with project developers and sponsors, fund managers, regulators, policymakers, all with the aim of unlocking new investment pathways, including blended finance structures, SME funds, guarantees, credit enhancements, and thematic bonds that pension funds can invest in safely in compliance with investment guidelines. Finally, it is important to address risk, which is central to building resilience. And building resilience or addressing these risks is a critical component of what pension regulators do. Therefore, it's important to leverage technology and data to help reduce fraud, enable real-time monitoring, and improve decision-making. The chairperson of APSA has mentioned the joint initiative that we have been supporting on development of this landscape study, which will provide very useful insights on the pension systems and asset management industry in Africa, and a consolidated place where market stakeholders, regulators can get access to market data around pension funds, how their systems must integrate climate risk into investment decisions and support green and transition-aligned projects. Morocco is showing us how this can be done with the government's energy transition efforts. And a great example is the financing of ONCF, the country's National Integrated Railway Service, which has so far managed to raise approximately $295 million USD since 2022 using the capital market through green bonds to fund the expansion of the rail system. And that resilient infrastructure has attracted significant participation by pension funds investing in these bonds. And I'm only using Morocco as an example because that's where we happen to be today, but I'm sure we see many other similar examples in other markets as well. So as FSD Africa, we are pleased to be in this room today, having sponsored the establishment of APSA about 6 years ago. We are delighted to see how it continues to grow, and we share in your vision to increase pension coverage and create diversified investment opportunities for long-term growth. And we continue to remain fully supportive of your efforts in achieving this important mandate. I look forward to the deliberations ahead and trust that when we look back at this time in history, we will find that the discussions, the resolutions, the connections resulting from our time here will have had a...
Les membres de l'APSA, on fait une photo de groupe. We're making a group photo, so please come on to the stage. Vous inquiétez pas, on est assuré pour la scène. OK. Members, IOPS. Tout ça, c'est la CAPS? Ah ouais. IOPS members, please come on to the stage. Please, everybody. APSA members, a lot of members. Please, could you come on to the stage? APSA members. Pouvez les applaudir, please. Encourage them. OK. Vous pouvez avancer un peu. And now you can use the stairs. All right, so we can see everybody. FSD members, please come onto the stage too. So IOPS. Okay. Nice. Nice. Still have a step. We have everybody? Do we have everybody? Okay. Vous dites quand c'est bon pour la photo. Okay, that's a serious one. Could you smile? That's the coffee break. Come on. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. So let's have a coffee break, 15 minutes, and then we'll be back, and the stage will be set. On se retrouve dans 15 minutes. Merci à vous. Let's move and let's dive into our topics. So thank you again. We're on time. It's 10:35, so we're gonna start with the first discussion panel. So again, we're gonna run this discussion panel this way. We get a 15-minute presentation before the panel that, allows us to really have all the maybe the issues we're going to deal with, all the key points that will be discussed during the panel. And then I will introduce you our moderator that will call all the speakers and invite them onto the stage. So for this first panel, we're going to deal with this topic, the evolution of the supervisory frameworks from compliance-based to risk-based supervision. And we're going to start with the presentation of Dr. William Motende. He's Chief Executive of Attain Enterprise Solutions coming from Kenya. So please welcome Dr. William Motende. And William will explore the extent of adoption of risk-based supervision among pension supervisors in Africa, some highlights of the challenges and the lessons that has been learned and all the opportunities that it presents. So, William, you have 15 minutes. The timer is here, but I will be there just to tell 2 minutes before the end of your presentation. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. That's a much French I know, so let me go back to English, which I'm more familiar with. Again, it's a great pleasure to be in this sixth session of APSA. And I take it as a privilege and a great honor to stand before you to address exploring the extent of adoption of the RBSS among pension supervisors in Africa. As mentioned earlier, my name is William Motende. I come from Kenya, but I work across Africa. So again, it's a great pleasure to be among you. So some key statistics, and I must recognize that Africa is an evolving continent. And as you can clearly see, some of them may not be up to date because we have 18 members at APSA, not the 15 which I had put when I was preparing these slides. So we are indeed in the right continent where opportunities are coming up every other time. With over $350 billion managed, we know that, and about 9.6 of our population is under pension coverage. Of course, we have several nations that have embraced these technologies, and we shall be taking some of them as case studies to look at the challenges and how RBSS frameworks are evolving within the continent. Of course, it is, I come from a technology perspective. I'm not a subject matter expert in pension, so I will be addressing this from the technology side, which of course the whole world is tending towards. And from our perspective, from the technology side, the beauty with the risk-based supervision model is that it can be computerized, right? We can put in modules to assist you, the subject matter experts, in running and making your process more efficient. So we look at the potential risks faced by the pension funds and assess both the financial and operational factors, and do systems, processes, and structures, and also train people to ensure that these are optimized for delivery of your services. So the features are obviously the RBSS model makes our service delivery more proactive rather than reactive, because the industry typically looks at regulators as those policemen, people who come to check whether you're doing the right thing. But with the RBSS, with the framework, we realize that the engagement is more proactive, and it's more risk-focused, and there's a differentiated response, which is more forward-looking in terms of addressing the supervisory functions, the inspections, and all the other regulatory aspects. So some of the typical areas covered under the computerized model of the risk-based supervision include aspects of project planning, data migration and support and maintenance, but we look at the whole aspect of licensing, annual renewals, we look at inspections, complaints management, returns and submissions, and of course, the risk toolkit, which derives most of the data from the contributions made, the investments which the PFAs put the money in, and of course, it's always important to have a self-service portal for the regulatees who are the PFAs and also the fund managers. Now, why is risk-based supervisory model important? We know that there is a target within our continent that by 2030, the target is that all African countries will have an operational risk-based supervision model, right? There is need for regional harmonization of standards. You'll find, for example, a PFA operating in Ghana and wanting to open a branch in Nigeria or Morocco, where we are currently, and they have to learn a whole new terrain when they go to a new territory. The purpose of the risk-based model is to harmonize these standards so that it's easy for cross-border operations. The other bit is, it's, as I said earlier, it's easy to have technology to underpin it. And the target also, the 2030 target for the continent is that we move from 9.6% to over 30% of pension coverage for our population. And at the end of it all, to support the retirement security for as many as possible, hopefully all. All may be a hard target to achieve, but at least for the majority. And we can easily use this acronym of assessing the current supervisory capacity and gaps, joining APSA for regional support and coordination, engaging stakeholders in buying and support, planning, phasing out the RBS adoption, and investing in technology and capacity building. So the key components of the RBS toolkit, again, as I said, I come from a technology side, but there is a toolkit which needs to be computerized in the first place. Of course, it's the whole systematic discovery of the potential risks. And this we handle in technology side through parameterization of those risks so that we know what data addresses which risk and gives us what insights. The second bit is risk assessment, both quantitative and qualitative evaluation. And we know that the most critical data we receive from the industry is from returns, right? And of course, other data through inspections, through other engagements, which we do with the regulatees. And as I said, the risk model helps us to be more proactive. We engage the industry before the risks actually happen. And so risk mitigation is through targeted interventions because of the model which gives us risk levels. For a well-operating scheme, for instance, you'll find it with a green color. But the more there are challenges, you find the color changing to, for example, up to red when you need a very immediate intervention. In between might be yellow, amber, or such kind of colors. But the point is, with risk assessment, we're able to tell the kind of intervention that we need as a regulator to reach out to the regulatees. And of course, monitoring and review, which is continuous surveillance and adaptation with an objective rating. The beauty with what I call the self-service portal is that every regulatee, a scheme, can be able to go in and see how they are performing from the returns that they submitted and from the data that is available to the regulator. Now, what are the typical RBS implementation stages, which most countries have gone through? Of course, there's a foundation building, which is establishing the regulatory framework. And again, for Kenya, I know they went through this with consultants drawn from the World Bank and also the FSD. And we were able to put a framework in place, which now the technology component came to computerize. And of course, this takes assessments, learning experiences, and the like. And then this is followed by developing systems and structures, enhancing the models, enhancing the data collection tools, ensuring that there's buy-in, sensitizing the market, getting the right acts. Because, sometimes regulators can say that, fine, you have all these good models, but there is no law to help me, submit data in whichever format you've presented. So we need that bit as well. And then full implementation, which takes integrating all manner of systems to ensure that data flows in the right way. And with time, as we will be seeing, you keep maturing this model. There's always obviously a faster iteration. I think like Kenya right now is on the third toolkit, the third RBS toolkit. We began with version 1 in 2010 and reviewed it around 2015. And right now I think they're in the process of reviewing it again. So it's the whole process of maturity and optimization. Now, since I come from Kenya, I like using as an example. I also come from a zone where we plant a lot of bananas, so allow me to indulge me for today, just to bring that picture to represent where I'm coming from. The Retirement Benefits Authority launched the RBS toolkit in 2010, and it had a methodology. There was a mandatory risk bit of it, and then an electronic system which came out of it. The country also has a 2024 to 2029 strategic plan, and some of the features, it has strong governance, preventing conflicts of interest, and some of the challenges, because that is the main discussion for this morning, is initial resource allocation difficulties. Because when you embrace this model, there are bits and pieces of resources required, and issues of industry adoption requirements, because for instance, there was no law in 2010 for electronic submission of data. So people used to bring data in manual form. And the third challenge were issues of integration complexity. So data is brought in a format which cannot be pulled by the regulator's platform. Now, this is a very busy slide, so I will not dare to jump into the details. But the point is, we have various country scenarios. I have picked 5 or 6 countries, done issues of the implementation successes, the methodology they utilized, key achievements, challenges found, and how the challenges were overcome. I believe my slides are in your package, or you can get them from the QR code. But just to mention some of the cross-cutting issues is that the pioneer countries have gone through a maturity process from the initial adoption to the current status. It takes resilience, it takes time. Kenya is known for long-distance runners, so the marathon mentality has helped to ensure that the model right now is mature, and I believe the experiences can be shared with the likes of Dr. Shem, who's been behind this great drive. So those are the other countries which I managed to get some statistics from. I could not get for all of them, but just to let you know that there are those lessons which cut across these various countries. So at your own time, you could jump into these deep details and look at what the countries went through to get to where they are. Now, obviously, there are essential components which form a risk-based module so that we can look at the challenges which come out of it. Data collection and aggregation. You see, the data comes from the market. So we do have aspects of assisting our market players to give us correct, clean, and timely data. We may have the law on our side, to try and enforce, but we also need to be proactive to assist them through online platforms where they can submit this data in a timely and in the correct manner. Of course, there's the risk scoring and assessment, dashboards and visualizations. With modern technology and all that, this is pretty straightforward nowadays. And there's the aspects of compliance monitoring, but most importantly for a regulator are early warning systems integrated into the whole model. Best practices, again, it goes with issues of organization excellence, regional cooperation as what we are having here and learning from side meetings, but also technology implementation. I think my time is almost running out. So
2 minutes left.
yeah, thank you very much. So I'll be done shortly. I got a bit excited, so sorry for that. And some of the implementation challenges, I think this is really the matter, the crux of the matter for today, is challenges of issue of resource allocation. Data quality, we know that. I'm sure all of us as regulators, we face that challenge, and those who have been computerizing you like ourselves have spent sleepless nights handling this one. Regulatory barriers, industry readiness, and other environmental factors. If I can jump to the lessons learned and what needs to be done, of course, there are some specific success factors, which one of them is strong political support so that the right legislation is put in place, top management buy-in. So I'm sure here we are representing the CEOs and also the top management in the regulatory sector. Top management is very critical to ensure that the RBS models takes in place. Common pitfalls to be avoided include rushing an implementation. As much as you would want technology to be there today, don't rush the implementation. And don't underestimate resources required. Data. Garbage in, garbage out is what we are told. And of course, we can learn from other countries who've made the mistakes and overcome them. Emerging opportunities. Under technology, we know there's a lot of movement in technology, AI, and the like. Regional integration, of course, is very important. Financial inclusion, because you see, our sectors need to involve everyone. We need micro-pension. We need mobile money platforms. We need digital identity and fintech partnership technologies to assist in financial inclusion for the pension sector. And of course, capacity building. Those are the recommended stages: foundation, piloting, implementation, and some of the quick wins. As I finish, I come from a company called Attain. We implement these risk-based solutions and also the PFA solutions for the fund managers. So in case you have any challenges, you can always reach out to us. Thank you very much, and I'm wishing you a great time in Marrakesh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, William, for this presentation. And now, please welcome Ms. Dr. Darius Stenko, Senior Policy Analyst, Head of Secretariat, IOPS Secretariat. And Darius, you will be introducing your speakers for the next session. Evolution of supervisory frameworks for public and private pension schemes from compliance to risk-based supervision. Darius.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for being here, for the invitation. I would like to invite our panelists. So I will start with Mr. Mohamed Hablous, who's the head of pension fund supervision from ACAPS Morocco, and Mrs. Namakao Mtini, Chief Executive of Pension and Insurance Authority of Zambia, and Mr. Christopher Bodi Mensah, Chief Executive Officer from National Pension Regulatory Authority of Ghana. And we also invite Mr. Jackson Gutu from the RBA Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, so Darius, for your instruction, all the microphones are open. Okay, they're on, so you don't need to push the button for a thing. Second thing, Darius, you get 55 minutes. You can manage them the way you want. So if you want to open the Q&A session with the room, whenever you want, it's up to you. I will be in the room to help you manage the questions.
Yes, thank you so much. So the idea is that we would have some little intervention from the panelists. I was wondering what are their impressions about the presentation, and also what are their country experiences they would like to share. And then we hope to have about 20 minutes discussion with you, with the participants. So I think we will start with a lady. So if Namakao, you could take floor and tell us what are your thoughts about this topic, which for those who were not yesterday at the workshop, we spent quite a long time talking about the very technical issues, so I think that today we can talk more about the vision and the strategy as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And first of all, let me just extend gratitude for the warm welcome that ACAPS has given us, and the people of Morocco, very warm, and for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. And I acknowledge my distinguished panelists as well. Yeah, I think the workshop yesterday certainly set the stage for the conversation that we're having today, and the experiences are quite similar when you look at what has been presented. And I noted in the presentation by Dr. William, he indicated that Kenya was a pioneer, just to indicate that Zambia did adopt, and specifically the Pensions and Insurance Authority adopted RBS in 2010 as well. And yes, it's been a journey. We're not yet there, but we keep refining and trying to align ourselves with the various emerging issues that we need to deal with. So perhaps just to react to the presentation, I think I really want to emphasize the importance of adopting an RBS framework as a supervisor. And I'll speak to it from a three-pronged point of view. I think it's important to note that RBS offers an opportunity for our supervised entities to really value the need to look at their own risk management models. So it really helps them to internalize and develop the risk management models, because then they can see how managing risk has a direct impact on the schemes that they supervise. And so we have seen really that adopting RBS helps the entities to anticipate what we as a supervisor is looking out for. And we have seen adopting RBS as well enhances the governance framework of these regulated entities, because they no longer look at the business they no longer look at having an appropriate governance structure from the point of view of satisfying the supervisor, but they actually see the need that the governance structure has in terms of the viability and sustainability of the schemes themselves. The other issue that I would like to focus on is the issue of financial stability. As supervisors of the non-bank sectors, we all appreciate that we belong to the bigger ecosystem, financial ecosystem, and so we contribute to the financial stability in our jurisdiction. And so we've seen that adopting RBS helps us to really have early detection of risks before they can certainly escalate into a crisis. And particularly in Zambia, we have a very unique relationship as a financial sector regulators. We have three financial sector regulators: the central bank, we have the Pensions and Insurance Authority, which I represent, as well as the Securities and Exchange Commission. So adopting RBS has helped us to really, have alignment across the whole financial sector, because I'm sure it's not only in Zambia that we have seen a number of service providers getting into or playing in all the three tiers, if you like, of the financial sector. We have financial conglomerates that will be in the banking sector, that will be in the insurance, in the pension sector, as well as in the capital markets. And so when we collaborate as financial sector regulators and adopt RBS, across the financial sector, it helps to have that uniformity and consistency, and we don't get to shock our regulated entities in terms of expectation from one supervisor to the other. And RBS ultimately, because as a supervisor, we have the mandate of member protection. We have seen that embracing RBS helps to have more transparency, more accountability. I earlier on alluded to the governance structures where the governance of these regulated entities or pension funds now realize that they are holding this particular role and they can be held accountable as far as member protection is concerned. And so we have also seen that it helps to significantly, prevent any problems that can jeopardize the member benefits. So yeah, I'll take a break from that and allow the others to react, and let's see how it rolls. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So let's go to the next panelist, Christopher.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Chris from Ghana. I think the Ghana journey to RBS started somewhere 2022, but they had a plan between 2017 to 2021. It was part of our strategy to adopt the RBS model regulatory. So after the transition, during the transition, the authority on exposing itself to training approach when it comes to RBS. William here and co-did our model for us in 2024. We started using it. Sorry about that. We started using the RBS since 2024 to date. Yeah, our experience has been, as a regulator, our experience has been that when we're using the CBS, we realized that, okay, it's a time for us to go on the RBS, and we started as the first regulator, aside the central bank. I think the MPRA is the second to actually adopt the RBS. We have 4 regulators when it comes to the finance space. We have the insurance regulation, we have the pensions, we have the central bank, and the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. And so far, aside the central bank, MPR, that's the pension regulator, is the one using the RBS supervision. Our initiative undertaking so far is to strengthen the risk management function by adopting an enterprise risk management approach. Also, adoption of the transition model for the risk-based supervision of the pension industry. These have been the initiatives the authority has taken so far when it comes to the RBS. We upgraded to the RBS, by documenting all the process and the procedures, identify the risk indicators, and also establish the risk appetite for the authority when it comes to risk management. And then we integrate the various risk and monitor the models so far, and development of the risk took place through the integration of the key risk indicators and risk appetite statement for the risk assessment and monitoring. We've done training for our staff when it comes to the industry as well. And now we are fully automated when it comes to this thing. We went live in 2024 February, and there are a few challenges here and there when it comes to the RBS. Currently, our implementation status is about 90% when it comes to the RBS, and currently we are resolving the issue, log and value for money auditing, which has been done so far, and we are trying to actually integrate the key stakeholders and the end users when it comes to the RBS. Training has been the most important, because if the system is not properly used, then there's a problem. And so far, we have ensured that our staff has been trained when it comes to the system. And we are actually reporting based on the RBS infrastructure that we have back home in Ghana. I think so far, these are the things that we've done when it comes to the RBS. The challenge we encounter has to do with the legacy data, limited technical capacity, and then understanding in risk management. Risk is actually new to most of Africa countries, and it's something that we are trying to get expertise when it comes to those areas. And of course, the cost of automation can be high sometimes when it comes to the RBS. So far, these are the things that we've done home in Ghana. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. So now we will move to Mr. Mohammed from Morocco, and his intervention will be in French, which is a good exercise for me as well. Il even though I live in Paris, my French is not really the best one.
Merci Darius. Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Hablouz Mohamed, je suis le chef du département de contrôle, des organismes de retraite à l'autorité marocaine de contrôle des assurances et de la prévoyance sociale. Donc par rapport à cette thématique et pour le cas du Maroc, actuellement, notre contrôle des pensions ou bien du secteur de la retraite, il repose sur un contrôle basé sur la conformité aux les règles. Donc on n'a pas encore abordé donc, cette approche de contrôle basée sur les risques. Toutefois, on a commencé donc, la réflexion à introduire cette nouvelle approche de contrôle il y a maintenant 3 ans, en 2022. On l'a inscrit au niveau de notre plan stratégique. Et on a commencé. Donc la réflexion, donc, on l'a développé, une première réflexion en interne qui a utilisé un petit peu l'ensemble des documents et le toolkit de l'IOPS et certaines documentations qui nous ont été donc, fournies par des régulateurs donc, qui adoptent déjà donc, ce principe. Et donc, dans la suite, on a également bénéficié, rien que la semaine dernière, grâce à l'intervention de l'IOPS, que je remercie à partir de ce panel. Donc, on a bénéficié d'une visite d'étude de l'autorité allemande de contrôle des pensions. Donc, on a vu de près donc, les outils donc, et l'approche allemande pour le contrôle donc, basé sur les risques. Comme a été dit, bien sûr, par le premier intervenant du Kenya, il a dit que donc, ce processus, il aura fallu presque 15 ans pour implémenter donc, cette approche. Donc, je crois que pour le cas de Maroc, on a encore du temps pour donc, essayer de l'intégrer comme nouvelle approche donc, révolutionnaire pour le contrôle des organismes ou des fonds de pension. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So now we'll go to Mr. Jackson Gutu, who's the director at the RBA in Kenya.
Thank you so much. I just want to give a journey of what we have done in Kenya. We adopted the risk-based provision model from 2008. That's when we agreed that we need to move to that space. Just to give a context, Kenya, we have about 1,030 pension schemes, each one of them with different board of trustees, investing independently and all that. We also have about 86 service providers who provide service to these schemes with a pension industry of about $20 billion as at June this year. So in 2008, we agreed that we need to have a different way of dealing with the supervision of pension schemes. From 2009, we started using Excel worksheets to do risk assessment. And we borrowed a lot from the IOPS guidance on risk-based provision up to 2013 when we fully moved to automation. And I can associate myself with what the presenter did. This has really helped us to reduce the wastage of time and the pressure on the staff. We have been able to rate schemes based on their risk rating. We have identified the risk parameters. We have looked at the prudential issues that affect the soundness of a pension scheme. We have looked at the market conduct issues which affect the management of a pension scheme and also the governance issues. And we have automated all this. What we have done is from 2013, we have used that model. And in 2019, we revised the toolkit and also the framework in entirety. but still focusing on the most responsive risks. To date, I confirm that we are fully automated. We get returns from service providers. What we have done is to give their service providers access to the portal, whereby they are able to submit all the returns. Remember, the returns are, most of them on a quarterly basis. So when we had a manual assessment, it was not easy to capture that information. But now they can upload the information. If it's our toolkit, we are able to compute a risk score every day. Every day we are able to compute a risk score. One of the key things that we had to do was to create buy-in from the service providers. Because in risk assessment, we want to get a risk which will indicate where to prioritize our resources. So the accuracy of the data was critical, and so we had to train the service providers on the importance of the risk-based provision model, what is going to help them, and the need for accurate data. So at least now they understand, and we have a periodic training to the service providers to, if there are any issues, emerging issues, new risks that we want them to capture or to upload in our system, we train them. Also, we give them feedback on the risk rating for schemes. Because if we tell a scheme has a risk score of 3 out of 5, what does it mean? It means nothing unless they get to know exactly what it means, what are the risk indicators that they need to sort out. So we have integrated these to the service providers. They really appreciate that. We have also done, from this year, we have also automated the risk rating of service providers. So all the 86 service providers, on a click of a button, we're able to point out the risk of this service provider is this, and the issues that need to be sorted out are this. So from where we sit, automation has been, and embracing the risk-based provision has been able to lessen our burden and also help us to deal with the industry and also prioritize, to have intervention, timely interventions, because based on the risk rating, you know, from the top quartile, you're able to know, I need to deal with these schemes. If it's inspection to be done, we'll be able to carry out the inspection, and the findings from those inspections, we can also include those findings into the toolkit, so that there will be also a manual assessment whereby maybe we'll downgrade the risk or even elevate it based on the information that we have gotten on the on-site. So from where we sit, it is a way to go. Our experience for the last, from not 2008, from 2013 after automation, I think we cannot go back. I have to mention that compliance base is also good, because some of the information used in a risk-based provision, they are returns from compliance requirements. So I can say they are not mutually exclusive, but you have to work together so that you can know where to dedicate your resources and the intervention required for the soundness of the pension industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, Jackson was addressing one of the questions that I had in my head when I was hearing all panelists, namely, how do you, I mean, to have the good risk-based supervision, you need to have a good data, of course, but you also need to have your supervised entities that will cooperate with you. So I was just wondering, how do you interact with the industry? How do you persuade them that this new system is something better, even though, of course, you introduce some more requirements? So I think that for Kenya, we have the answer already, but maybe if some of the rest colleagues would like to comment on that. And then, don't worry, I will give the space to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I can react to that. I think, first of all, as supervisors, we often want to speak from a point of view like where we're the only ones that need this data. But having interacted with our regulated entities, they equally appreciate the need to keep the data to that granular level. I mean, when you talk about pension schemes themselves, they literally have to keep very granular data. They have to keep up-to-date data because of, obviously, the expectation for them to make good at a later stage. And so our experience is, yes, the reaction has often been it's costly to invest in these technologies where you can then hold the appropriate data. That is the first reaction that they would have, and they often want to speak about how that has an impact on the member benefit, because that's a cost on the schemes themselves. But over time, we have seen they have appreciated the need to actually hold that data to that granular level. And so our experience, pretty much like Kenya, we started off from a manual system where they have to give you the manual returns and you have to put them in Excel, and that takes a lot of time. And if you make an error and all those challenges that we know with the nightmares of reliance of manual data. But certainly keeping the information in that level has been very helpful. Now, the challenge comes with enforcement, because the market is very alive that, you know, as a supervisor, you operate with a legal framework that defines what you can do and what you can't do. So yes, often we have tried to use a lot of moral suasion to get this information out of it. But we notice that when it comes to matters where we need to escalate, then the point that William made in his presentation of the challenges that we have in terms of legislation and the reforms that take forever. I don't know how many countries are similar to Zambia, but I would like to believe there are many countries that are similar to Zambia. It's not easy to pass laws. It takes quite a bit of time to pass these laws. And certainly that then affects in terms of what you can do, because you have to define what sort of data you want to receive from the regulated entities in some instrument, whether it's by way of a statutory instrument, by way of a guideline, or any enforcement notice, and all that has to come with the force of law. So we have seen that that has been a challenge. However, I must be quick to indicate that from both the supervisory and the regulated entities, they do appreciate the need to hold the quality data. It's really just the challenges that you get to find, and how to bridge that gap is a crucial one. Thanks.
Thank you. Chris.
Yeah, thank you. For me, pension is all about data. It's not the money that actually we invest. Without the data, how do you progress when it comes to pension? I think that RBS has presented a nice opportunity for the stakeholders who are involved in pensions management. And therefore, it helps to ensure that there's an improvement in consistency. It also helps in regulations when it comes to that point. And it enables us to detect risk at the early level. Because if we are not able to actually identify some of these risks that we are exposed to when it comes to data and data management and all that, it will be a problem. So I think this has presented, RBS has presented a nice opportunity for our pension industry to actually do proper regulation when it comes to data management. Thank you so much.
Mohamed, à votre réponse, s'il vous plaît.
Par rapport la question, s'il vous plaît.
So my question is like, okay, you do not have the risk-based supervision. Maybe one provocative question is maybe you don't need. that's also one of the things. But do you talk to your industry about potential change? Did you learn something, for instance, from the stay in BaFin in Germany, how they were talking to the industry? I don't know if this kind of experience was mentioned. So if you have any comment on that, please share it with us.
Est-ce que vous pouvez expliquer parce que
my point is simply we are talking about how when you introduce the risk-based supervision, you need to communicate it to the industry that there will be a new system, there will be new requirements. And we were talking a little bit about the data, but it's also about the culture, it's about the obligations. So I was thinking whether you have anything to comment in this area from your perspective, even though you don't have the risk-based supervision implemented yet.
Merci. Effectivement, donc ce point a été bien expliqué par nos collègues de la BaFin. Effectivement, donc parmi les exigences pour l'introduction du contrôle basé sur les risques, c'est qu'il faut mener des discussions avec les entités supervisées. Donc cette discussion, c'est à propos du nouveau cadre, donc du contrôle, qui n'est plus un cadre, donc qui est basé sur les règles, la réglementation, donc les arrêtés, les lois, les décrets, mais plutôt donc un contrôle qui est basé sur les risques que les organismes de retraite encourent, que ce soit des risques donc, opérationnels, de gouvernance ou bien des risques donc, autour de leurs investissements. Et bien entendu, donc, ça c'est un élément essentiel pour l'introduction du contrôle basé sur les risques. Et étant donné que nous sommes bien entendu donc, dans le début de l'implémentation de cette approche, il y aura sûrement donc des discussions, sûrement, avec les organismes de retraite pour l'introduction de cette approche. Merci.
Thank you. And I don't know if, Jackson, you would like to add anything on this? Because you were quite detailed, but just in case.
Yeah, just thought that to get that buy-in from the service providers, of course, there's been resistance, but also to get most of the critical information submitted to us, we introduce some penalties so that if you don't submit this information by a certain time, there are automatic penalties and they will be paid by the trustees or the service provider, not the scheme. So this has also enhanced compliance and also reduced the resistance, and given that most of this information is on a quarterly basis, it may become too expensive for non-compliance. So compliance may not be voluntary, but sometimes you have to shape or direct behavior, so that's what we have done. Thank you. But also, the other thing is, just to mention, we have issued templates, the format for the data to be submitted. So that has also helped the service providers to provide the information in a manner that can be absorbed or can be analyzed from our systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. And I see Namakao.
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick reaction to what Jason earlier submitted. And this conversation keeps coming up. The issue of compliance versus risk-based, and how sometimes as supervisors we still want to get back to the compliance, issues. I think really, and this conversation, it's debatable. So what we've done in Zambia is we do have a way of identifying the entities that definitely we need to keep close in terms of our watch. But we do have a cycle, a 3-year cycle, where we have to visit or interact with our entities in terms of just touching base with them on issues that we think they need to improve on, without necessarily getting into the detail of how we then engage those that are on a risk-based monitoring watch. So I thought I should just mention that, because I know this debate always comes up. Should you go full risk-based, or should you have a blend of both? And but when you look at the spirit of risk-based, you never have the sufficient resources to look at everybody, because the market keeps growing. As long as you haven't closed the door, you have so many entities that keep coming up, and your resources will never get to match up with those that you need to supervise. So if you have an effective framework, you should be able to only deal with those that are on your dashboard. And the rest of the others, if everything is okay, just let them to sleep. You don't have to knock on their doors if everything is okay. Why are we fixing what's not broken? But really, from our perspective, after a 3-year cycle, you have to have a way of touching base with them just to ensure that, they are still okay, and you communicate areas of improvement that you think they must make. In as much as they may be low risk, you still want to just communicate areas of improvement that they can have. But you don't keep them on your everyday monitoring. They don't give you a sleepless night. I just thought I should, throw in mud. I know it's debatable. It's something that I think we can talk about, but really there's always this, there's this urge by supervisors to still get into compliance-based, just in case I need to watch over that child. Perhaps they're being naughty again, even when you don't have a bad report. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's just to show that you're vigilant, yes, even if everything's fine. Okay, we have 19 minutes and 31 seconds for the questions from the floor. So I would like to invite you to ask the questions to our panelists, maybe also to the presenter from the initial session. And if you could please identify yourself when you ask the question, that would be also nice to get know each other. Thank you.
So you can raise your hands and we will bring you the mic.
Thank you for the contributions made. My name is Kadret Unjoma. I'm from Zimbabwe. My question is directed to Jackson Nguti. Particularly is a submission that service providers are also risk-rated in Kenya. I wanted to appreciate which service providers to pension funds are risk-rated, because there are several service providers, asset managers, auditors, custodians, the administrators themselves. So if you could specify which ones do you risk rate and how do you collaborate possibly with their respective primary supervisors? Thank you.
Okay, and can we take one more? I saw Anne was also having a question. That's good, because we've been questioning her yesterday, like for a couple of hours. So now she will question us.
Yes, hello. So my name is Anne. I'm from the Belgian Supervisory Authority. I have, in fact, a question that is related regarding, for Jackson, regarding the service providers. You mentioned that you have the possibility to impose fines to service providers if there is a problem with the reporting, a lack or insufficient reporting. So I'm very much interested to hear how this is possible. Maybe you have a specific provision in your law, or it's more like moral persuasion. I would like to hear this.
Thank you. So let's start with those two, and then we will come back to the floor again. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. The second question on the fines, it's embedded in our act, in the Retirement Benefits Act. If you want to confirm, Section 34 of the Retirement Benefits Act provides for the different fines to be levied for late submissions or non-submission. And it's very clear that it has to be paid by the person who failed to submit the return. So be it trustees or the service provider, so it's within the act. On the other question from Zimbabwe on which service providers are risk-rated, we have the administrators who normally keep the records of pension schemes, the asset managers, and also the custodian banks. Those three. We have corporate trustees we started registration last year, so we do not have adequate information for them. But for the others, we do risk rating. And one of the issues is that a risk of an administrator can be correlated to the risk of the scheme they are administering. You find the risk of a scheme, there's a portion which is attributable to the risk of the administrator, because they ensure that things are done right. So we say now, how do we should ensure that we get the risk score of that administrator, which is very key for us. And soon we are going to integrate that with the risk of the scheme. Thank you.
maybe you have some comments to those questions that were asked so far.
Thank you so much. Definitely, this is something which is a takeaway from us, the imposing of fees and fines on the service providers, the trustees themselves. I think it's something that is a takeaway from us. I think for us, the late submission of penalties, definitely. We do have penalties, but they are borne by the scheme. So certainly, I think this is something that it's a good insight for us to take away. On the service providers, similar to Kenya, we also do rate the service providers. And like Jackson has said, when a service provider, this is really an administrator or a fund manager, when they are in distress, definitely you don't want them to be in that situation, because then there is a possible risk of them mismanaging the funds that they have oversight over. So you want an entity that is financially sound itself, and they have the right governance principles. So those risk framework is applied to the service providers as well as to the scheme itself. So that is something that we do similar to Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. No, don't. Okay, so let's see. We have a question from the first floor, from the first table.
We got 3 people down here.
Okay, so let's take 3 questions and see. We have 13 minutes. Maybe we'll manage.
Thank you so much, the presenter and the panelists. I'm Faith from National Bank of Rwanda, heading Insurance and Pension Supervision. So I don't know whether mine is a question per se or whether it's a comment, but it is just alluded from what has been mentioned by Namak on the debate about compliance and risk-based. Indeed, like the term risk-based is allocation of those scarce resources to those areas where would cause us sleepless nights and those entities that are indeed high risk. So I think compliance in itself cannot be avoided at all. I liked what the presenter said in terms of the use of IT. So on the onset of the submission of returns and using the IT tools, we are able to have the assessment in terms of compliance, where we get the dashboards that could be used as part and parcel of the risk assessment, and then you're able to do the risk rating, and then knowing those institutions that are high risk that would need the attention of the supervisor. So it was just a comment that compliance can never be done away from assessing as we go into risk-based supervision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this comment. And the next question from gentleman over there, I presume.
Thank you very much. Richard Mwinga from Zambia, one of the regulated entities. I have taken note from the presentations and the discussions in regard to the implementation of the RBS system. Some from 2008, some 2010. I want to know, how do you measure the success that the implementation of this RBS system has been successful? And then the other that I want to know is you find a situation where you use third-party management in providing this service. And these third parties may have complex systems, as well as also challenges such that the delivery of service may be compromised. How do you ensure that RBS, at the end of the day, will ultimately benefit the members of the scheme? Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds like a hard one. And one more, I see a lot of questions. Let's take 2 more questions in the order of appearance.
Oui, bonjour. Je suis Nadia Septi du Maroc. En fait, ma question, elle va à Monsieur Mohamed Hablouz par rapport au contrôle qui est effectué, notamment le contrôle de conformité. Je voulais savoir, est-ce que l'approche qui se base sur la gestion des risques n'est pas intégrée en fait dans le contrôle que vous faites au niveau de l'équilibre financier, les études actuarielles par rapport au régime de retraite? Merci.
Merci. La prochaine, next one. Okay, maybe that, yes, this side of the floor was not attended well.
Thank you. Sarah from Tanzania. So thank you first for the good presentation from the panelists. I was interviewed that, for example, to make smooth examination during the development stage, when regulators adapt RBS, do also regulators supposed also to be in RBS for the smooth execution of examination or inspection? Thank you.
Thank you. So let's handle those 3 questions, and then hopefully we might have time to ask 1 or 2 more from the floor. So who would like to react to the tough one, how to make RBS successful? I think that we would need another day to answer this in detail, but if you have any short recipe that you can share.
Thank you so much. I can attempt that. Well, I don't have a short recipe. I told you we started our journey in 2010, and we are still refining it. So yes, based on where we are coming from, I think that's to answer Dr. Mwinga's question, we have definitely recorded success in the sense that we're not doing business the way we were. We're not supervising the entities the way we were. There has been some success. However, there's certainly room for more improvement. Technologies have evolved. I think the regulators are alive to the fact that the sort of tools they would use, the SUPTEC tools, as we call them, that we use, keep evolving. Now there's AI that we need to embrace in terms of trying to get the best out of the data that we definitely receive and interrogate. So really, for me, the success perhaps lies in the last question that came from Dr. Sarah from, I think, Tanzania, where the market needs to appreciate why you are going risk-based. And it's something that we have done, because I'm also a supervisor of insurance. When we went through the enactment of the new law, we had to have what we called supervisory clinics with our market, and we had those on various thematic issues to help them understand why we are looking for certain information. And I believe that once your entities that you supervise can appreciate why you ask for certain information and the benefit that it has to their own entities and their own sort of business models, they then get to be more cooperative, and you find that you have less pressure in terms of bridging that gap, because they'll already be anticipating the questions you ask, and they'll already be collecting and collating the data in the way you want it. We have dashboards that we keep as supervisors, as regulated entities. They'll also have a dashboard where they then keep monitoring certain things before you can actually move in and raise the flag. So for me, I think that's really a best way to fully implement it. Keep refining your own processes, but also don't leave your regulated entities behind, because in any case, you apply your model on them or your framework on them, so it's better to carry them along. So for me, I think that would be my question on that. Allow me to just react to the comment from Rwanda. My submission wasn't, we should not allow them to submit anything. They still have to. All entities, I mean, you only have one supervisory framework which applies to all regulated entities, so they all submit their quarterly returns and everything, and you analyze them in the same framework. But when you get to the bottom and find this is low risk, this is when you make a decision as to what intervention you can make. Those that are, medium to high risk, those then inform what sort of supervisory interventions that you take. I think that was really the contrast that I wanted to make. If somebody is high risk, why are you applying the same resources with somebody who's high risk? But really, from really an assessment point of view, they would have all gone through the same cycle. I just thought I should clarify that. I'll leave the other questions to the gentleman. Thank you.
Oui, je veux répondre à la question de Madame Offon. Donc, par rapport... donc, en fait, il faut faire la distinction entre la gestion des risques en tant qu'approche pour optimiser le contrôle et la gestion des risques de façon générale. Au niveau de la CAPS, actuellement, comme je l'ai déjà signalé, donc, notre contrôle tourne autour d'un contrôle de conformité. Ça veut dire qu'il faut s'assurer du respect de la réglementation donc, par l'ensemble des organismes de retraite. Par opposition au contrôle basé sur les risques qui normalement donne beaucoup de souplesse aux entités contrôlées en essayant d'éviter ou de supprimer au maximum donc, les limitations, donc, les dispositions à respecter, mais se focaliser pour leur contrôle sur les risques. Donc, cette approche, donc, elle vise, c'est-à-dire l'objectif final de cette approche, c'est de concentrer les ressources des entités de supervision sur les entités ou bien sur des thématiques plus précises et de ne pas donner beaucoup d'importance et de contrôle pour les entités ou bien les thématiques moins risquées. Ça, c'est un point. Par rapport aux études actuarielles, effectivement, on fait des études de soutenabilité de l'ensemble des régimes de retraite marocains. Et au niveau de ces études, donc, l'approche basée sur les risques, il est pris en compte. Donc, à travers, en général, donc, ce sont des tests de sensibilité qu'on essaie d'introduire surtout, puisqu'il s'agit de projections ou bien d'études prospectives, c'est surtout des tests de sensibilité par rapport aux principales hypothèses de projection. Merci.
Thank you. And Chris and Jackson, do you want to answer to the questions that were asked? The last three questions. Any reaction to that? You don't have to, but
thank you. There's a difficult one on how do we measure success. I think the essence of our risk-based provision approach is to ensure that there are no surprises. You are able to identify some of the challenges way before they crystallize. So if you're able to detect some of the issues early enough and have the proper intervention, I think that would be a measure of success. Number two, of course, the allocation of resources. I mentioned in Kenya we have about 1,000 schemes. We cannot visit all the 1,000 schemes. So if I'm able to visit about 200 schemes in a year, then I'll be able to be more effective in the supervisory work in dealing with the high-risk schemes. So, and there'll be no issues with the balance, though it doesn't mean that if you're not rated high up there, everything is okay, because there are governance issues that you cannot pick without interacting with the schemes, and that's why the issue of on-site inspections is critical. But also, over time, by the time a supervisor adopts a risk-based provision model, then the objectives which need to be met. From our side, from Kenya, we have a risk score rating, and we have in our strategic plan, you'll be able to see we have to reduce the risk score over a period of time. So we are tracking that, the risk score of all the schemes, the average risk score for the industry. So it's a key indicator that we are on course. So, I mean, unless the objectives, that's all set objectives, maybe it will be difficult for you to assess success and whether you are succeeding. On the last item, should the regulators adopt risk-based provision? I think the essence of these, once you share what is expected, then most of the controls and risk management interventions will be put in place by the regulated entities. And once they appreciate the importance of a risk-based provision, some of the risk will be managed from the scheme or from the service provider before they crystallize. So they come up with the controls, enterprise risk management frameworks, and be able to manage some of the risks. So it's a shared process or vision between the regulator and also the regulated entities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid that the time is used already, so I would like to encourage asking questions during the break. And I would like to thank panelists and also our presenter for their excellent interventions. And thank you. And let's go to the next session, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Darius. Thank you for this discussion, and thank you for respecting the time. 3, 2, 1, oh. Thank you so much, Darius. So we are moving to the next panel of discussion. The general topic of this conference is about resilience, and resilience is towards all the risks that we are facing today. So that will be the focus of this third session, second panel, keeping an eye on emerging risks for the pension sector and seeking their resolution. And okay, so we're gonna run this the same way. First presentation with Mr. William Price. So please welcome Mr. William Price, Chief Executive Officer of D3P Global. A 15 minutes presentation about the emerging risks and all the opportunities that are affecting the long-term sustainability of pension system in Africa.
Great. Well, thanks very much for the introduction, and it's a real pleasure to be here, to be back in Morocco, and to be interacting with our host ACAPS and IOPS and APSA, who've been doing a tremendous job over the past few years, improving the range of countries involved, but also the depth of the discussion. And so today I want to focus on some emerging risks, trying to mix our global experience. And we get this, so I used to work in the UK as a regulator and in the finance ministry, so I share some pain with some people around the table. But then also in the World Bank, and now we work with developed countries, developing countries, and international organizations around the world on big picture pension reforms, but all the way through to actual sort of real micro level changes. So we're doing a project at the moment which is literally helping a regulator design the forms to collect the data under new accounting standards. So it's from 30,000 feet to some kind of painful things. So I'm going to try and give a flavor of that as I go through. So let's just talk about a framework for the risk before I go into some of the specifics. So the question is risk, but risk to what? And I always think about the risks to the what as 5 key areas, 5 key outcomes. So what we're trying to do is build good pension systems, and we need to be able to describe what that looks like. But just picking up on the discussion we just had in the previous session, for me, the biggest risk and the risk to always stress is the risk of a bad pension. No pension, a low pension, a lost pension. And so when people are thinking about risk in terms of investment or not looking at every scheme every year, I always come back, but is that a bigger risk than ending up with a bad pension? And so what do we have? We have broad coverage for men and women in the formal and the informal sector. And coverage, too many pension regulators or countries measure contributions and assets, but coverage of receipt of pensions in old age as well, which doesn't get enough attention. The second one, decent adequacy in old age, that the assets actually lead to a pension and income, and that is protected, at least in some way, against inflation and rising longevity. Then we want an efficient pension system that maximizes the value of each contribution. There's a key risk that people see there's no point, even if they wanted a pension, there's no point in contributing because it just doesn't lead to anything. And we want there to be the effective investment which improves the capital and labor market. Then sustainability, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about sustainability than some of the other risks of a pension system. So financial sustainability, particularly in relation to, or it's traditionally thought of particularly in relation to defined benefit schemes, actuarial projections, the parameters of the scheme. Is it too generous? Will there be enough funding? And I'm not going to talk that much about it. I'm going to talk about more common risks to defined benefit, defined contribution pensions. But we know increasingly that there's financial, political risks and increasingly environmental and sustainable risks. And so I'm going to spend a little bit more time on those to try and talk about some of the things which maybe don't get enough attention. And then finally, that the pension system should be secure. You've had a whole day on this, many of the delegates, in terms of risk-based supervision, in terms of making sure that the assets are there if there are assets involved in 30, 40, 50 years' time. So let's then go into those. So some risks are new, and you could almost class as kind of killer risks. So you could do a great job on all aspects of your pension. But if something like this happens, I'm not sure if people have heard the story, an Australian dollar 125 billion pension fund, all of its data was deleted by Google in the cloud. And it's almost unbelievable to think that this is true, but it is true. All of it gone. And so you can think about your beautiful investment strategy, but if you then delete all of the data because of a cloud risk, that's a sort of fundamental risk to your whole pension system. Now, the Australian regulator has obviously, because they're risk-based and proactive, started doing much more work here and introduced more requirements. But we know this is not just an Australian question. This is something which is across the world. And South Africa's government pension fund was offline, or the risk of being offline for months after a ransom attack. Global household names from retailers to pretty much any organization. So these kind of risks are enormous. Risks and opportunities increasing with artificial intelligence. And a difficulty if you're thinking about artificial intelligence and what to do is that the three leading founders who got the IT Nobel Prize, you listen to them and you think, well, they'll probably know what's going on. They differ profoundly on the risks of AI. One has set up a foundation about the potentially catastrophic and fatal risks of AI. The others are much more relaxed about it. One sort of quick comment on AI. We're helping a country where we're looking through the statement of investment policies and governance from pension schemes, and they want to know whether they're good or not. And some of them coming in are great, and some of them are really poor. And so we don't really use AI to deliver the advice, you'll be pleased to know. Otherwise, I could stay in Morocco for another couple of weeks. But I was curious, one was so bad, I was curious, what would AI do in 5 minutes with a few prompts? So I said, write me a statement of investment policy and principles for a pension fund. Came back. Add some more metrics, came back. Add some more detail about implementation. And in 5 minutes, and obviously AI doesn't know whether I know anything about this or not, in 5 minutes they came back with a better statement of investment policy and principles than was sent over by the pension fund to its regulator. Now, that's a technical issue on the one hand, an expertise issue, but it's a profound governance risk that you would send something so poor that an automated system could do a better job. Now, those are new risks. Some are very long-standing. So what am I showing you here is these are going back to just the start of the century and the dot-com and then through to the global financial crisis. And you don't need to read, what each of these are saying is it's a major failure of a financial institution, and then giving the reasons for the failure. And they are strikingly to do with things like valuation, accounting policy, obviously the governance of how those things are run, but they are detailed and they are technical. And so when we're talking about risk, we do and we should talk about cyber and AI and all those new risks. These risks have been around forever. There's a great actuarial study where some actuaries went back, I think, until the 1780s and the causes of major failure of insurance companies. And the governance comes time and time again. And so this should always be fundamental. So far, so depressing. And let me carry on with the depression. So one of the critical issues in terms of risk is not reforming when you have a chance. So what I'm showing you here is the exchange rate in Sri Lanka against the dollar, relatively stable with a sort of creeping depreciation over this period, 2013 through to 2021. A major, people are probably familiar, major political, financial, COVID-related shocks to the economy. We did some work, this is public knowledge, so this is fine, with the Employees Provident Fund of Sri Lanka, has about $30 billion under management. And it was a lot of technical, how to do a better investment strategy. But one of the critical things was, it's a massive risk for the people in your country if you have 100% of the assets invested in your country's government bonds. And again, people were worried about, I don't want to have investment in things which are risky, quotes, risky equities, other kind of assets. But the biggest risk is that you will not get a decent pension. And now, in this scenario, there was a haircut on Sri Lankan government bonds for the first time in their history, and obviously some countries, Ghana and others in this continent, have had those issues, and that they have affected supposedly the safe assets. But also think about this, any asset which went abroad here, you could have even put it in a non-interest-bearing account, is over twice as valuable to the country. It's reducing risk for people. And so this is not saying everyone should be instantly going abroad. Some countries, we work in Albania, has actually strengthened its currency against the dollar over the last 10 years. You have to be country specific. But any country who feels like political instability or exchange rate instability may affect them, this is obviously a way of reducing those risks. So I was going to say, so now what's some of the positives? So what I'm showing you here is on the left-hand side here. So this is from Sweden's system. And one of the greatest ways of reducing risk is a strong public and a strong private. So they say, our public bit, we want to have a growth, and this is over 24 years, of just over 3% a year. So the public part is growing. Obviously, different countries can afford different levels, but there's something which is growing, and it's growing relatively sustainably, but not fantastically. We're going to have a funded public system, and because it's going to be invested in assets and there's more risk, we want it to outperform the public. And what they have then done over this time period is the private bit has delivered from the default fund over 10% in capital weighted terms. Now, if you did it in the traditional way, time weighted, and I won't go into the technicalities, it's over 7%. So it's more than delivered its job. And it's fundamental to thinking about sustainability and risk because you must have public. Any country like 1981, Chile, who tried to move all from public to all private, it's always going to fail. Strong public, or as strong as you can afford, strong private. But you need to make sure the investment works. And I'm not going to go into the investment a huge amount. I know that's the subject of another session, but there's some information on the slides in terms of how to make sure that if you're expanding the asset classes and you're going into private equity and infrastructure and hedge funds, you've got to be absolutely ruthless about cost. Because the asset class may be fantastic, but many of the ways you access it through an external fund manager, through fund of funds, through different ways, can be far more expensive than the extra returns you'll gain. So there's a big implementation challenge. But one thing I did want to say is a great strength in Africa is that you do have, in different ways and different histories, large pension funds, some public, some private. And the initiatives like the Pan-African Fund Managers Association, APSA, all these conversations now, as you're broadening the asset classes, you're increasing the demand as well as increasing the supply and the investability of different assets. The collaboration can be fundamentally important. And we did some work with public development banks, which are not well known. They have about $20 trillion in assets over the world. There's an international organization called Finance in Common, which is the sort of global IOPS equivalent for public development banks. And what they've been doing is exactly the kind of conversations that you've been having. How do we get better returns for our countries in an environmentally sustainable and social and governance sustainable way? And this collaboration, a domestic African provider with an international organization, maybe with a European pension fund, and then intra-regional, across-region, that collaboration can be incredibly powerful. So again, in terms of reducing risk, the collective, multiple organizations reduces a lot of things, including the political risk. Now, let me just then do a final note on politics and risk. So what I'm showing you here are two funds. Kosovo Pension Saving Fund here, and then New Zealand Superannuation Fund, both funds devoted to investing assets for pensions. And they, strangely, both started at basically the identical time and more or less with the identical asset management. And so they knew it was going to be volatile, but they knew that this was the best long-run asset management strategy to deliver improved pensions. Both of them had the misfortunes. You see 2003, you obviously see the global financial crisis. And it's same there for Kosovo as it is there for the New Zealand Superannuation Fund. Very young organizations, massive shock. Both had strong political pressure, but the difference in the story is that in Kosovo, they were forced effectively to move out effectively from a kind of 60-40 equity to bond strategy to a 40-60, reduce the risk. But that reduction of risk crystallized the losses. And you see now, end of 2023, and it carries on, the red line is inflation. So yes, they did recover all of these losses, but they're really only even in real terms. New Zealand here, you go up, and they are way above. Their metric is actually treasury bills, short-term government debt rather than inflation, but it would be above. And so this ability to invest through a major economic but a major political shock is critical. So, of course, we can come and work with the country, or you can work yourself on the technical side, but working out in my country what would happen with a massive shock. And then, you know, if you have to be less, if you have to reduce the volatility, then that's what you need to do for the politics. You try and show people the Sri Lankan story, if you like, that there's no risk option, but you have to be realistic.
You get 1 minute left.
So for the coverage, I'm not going to go through this. I'm going to go right through to the final 2 slides, because I know this is dealt with. Risk, sustainability, fiscal sustainability, incentives. Lots of countries effectively spending scarce fiscal resources on incentives which are based on tax relief. Most people don't pay tax. Lots of countries experimenting on flat rate. It's much cheaper and much more fiscally controllable, because you know it's X dollars or whatever per country, not if the person suddenly massively increases their investment, they're going to have a lot of lost tax revenue. So incentives and fiscal. And then let me just do the final slide on environment and governance. So this is a tiny bit busy, but what you're seeing here is we did some work with UNDP and large pension funds in the Middle East, North Africa region, and asking them where are they against environment, social and governance best practice across a range of dimensions. Some of these, it's kind of quite a tough sell, and the answer is they haven't even thought about it, and that's completely fine because it's a benchmarking. Others, surprisingly, particularly maybe for countries who have strong oil revenue, but maybe no different to Norway, are doing actually relatively well in terms of some of the aspects of this benchmarking. And so in terms of these big picture risks that some are a little bit too difficult to manage, the key issue would be focusing on benchmarking, comparison, and then the kind of things that people in the room do every single day: develop the strategy, implement it as a supervisor for what the risks you're focusing on and as an industry, and then develop those partnerships and collaborations which allow you to do more than an individual pension fund or an individual country. So let me finish there, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, William. And now please welcome the moderator of this session, Dr. Omolola Olowuraran, Director General of PENCOM, National Pension Commission from Nigeria. Please. Omolola. Where are you? Okay, she's coming. And while you're coming onto the stage, I will call the speakers. Ms. Erna Motinga, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Prudential Supervision from Namibia Financial Institutions Supervisory Authority. C.S. Godwin Simba, Executive Director of Finet Trust Kenya. Mr. Cuthbert Munjoma, Director of Pensions and Life Insurance and Pensions Commission from Zimbabwe. And Mr. Ali Zaki, Head of the Studies and Strategic Planning Division de la CMR, la Caisse Marocaine de Retraite from Morocco. Voilà. Omolola.
Thank you.
Okay, I leave you the mic. So you get 4 minutes more than you have on the screen. Okay, you have 55 minutes though. Okay?
Okay. I like the stopwatch there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, panelists. Thanks for the excellent presentation by William Price. We will now dive straight into details and discuss various aspects of the presentation that he has made. Just a moment. So we all know that Africans' pensions is expanding, increasing, but that said, there's still risk that needs to be addressed. So in this panel, we would look at the risk affecting the pension sector in Africa, as well as the various opportunities as well, because as we know, where there is risk, there is absolute opportunity. So again, permit me to welcome you to this very important forum, and welcome also to my panelists here, and we'll get straight into the questions. Elna, my first question will be to you, and that will be, how do we secure the Africa's pension sector against risk, which is occasioned by technological disruptions? Some of this risk, you know, nobody thought about them years ago, and they are now crystallizing. So how do we manage this sort of risk within the continent?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I stand on the protocols as established earlier today by the Director of Ceremonies and the earlier speakers. I like to acknowledge my fellow panelists as well. And maybe a shout out to William for an apt presentation that articulated the issues of this session very well, together with their realities. I think what you've said is really true. A few decades ago, we didn't have the type of risks that we are dealing with currently as actors in the pension fund industry. Whether it's risks around cyber threats, whether it's operational system failures, or data privacy breaches. So I believe for us to secure the African pension sector against this type of risks, it is paramount and very important of us as regulators and as fund managers and stakeholders to implement forward-looking and adaptive and resilient mitigation measures to ensure that these risks are not severely impacting pension operations in the long term, but also is not eroding trust of the pension fund members, because after all, as actors, we are all joining hands to ensure that we reach the pension outcomes that we promise the pension fund members. So what are some of the mitigation measures that one can think of? I think first and foremost, particularly from a regulatory lens, it's important to understand the lay of land. We need to understand what technological risks our entities are facing, the services industries facing within our sectors. So lay of land is important. And tying with that, one probably needs to think about cybersecurity and data protection frameworks. And at the apex, or at the top of it, really is looking at issues around IT governance and maybe how our regulated universe is dealing with issues around ICT in general. I think it's important that there is a development of sector-specific cybersecurity standards and measures. And when I say this, I would like to believe that the bulk of us in the room are in grade 1 when it comes to technological risk and understanding them and getting a grasp of the lay of land. It's important that we speak to the issues around mandatory encryption and securing data storage for member data, because that's quite sensitive. It's important for us as regulators to ensure that we do penetration testing, that we get the resources that's necessary, the skill sets, and in-source them to make sure that we can test vulnerabilities in our regulated universe. I think, as I've said, we are all in grade 1, so capacitating the regulators is a key issue, for me at least, so that we are able to monitor and assess various issues, whether it's platform reliabilities, whether it's fintech integrations, and the likes. And so as regulators and under the risk-based supervision sort of mandate and system, we'd want to understand whether funds understand this risk, the technological risk that comes with them doing business. How do they plan to mitigate and maybe not just lump it under operational risk, because these risks are no longer risks that can be lumped with anything and be ignored or under a broader umbrella of operational risk. I think one needs to hone into technological risks, understand them as individual freestanding risks, and for us as regulators to see whether there is adequate mitigation strategies that are put in place that would ideally reduce the residual risks around this matter. I think it's important for us to build capacity also and literacy for our pension fund members, pension staff members, trustees. You know, we have this issue that whenever we meet, we talk about capacity and capability of pension fund trustees, and I think we need to evolve. We need to take trustees along with us in terms of this risk so that they are properly trained on digital tools, but also on cyber hygiene. We need to launch awareness programs for pensioners, informal sector workers about digital scams and fraud. And if we look at news on any given day, we are bombarded with what's happening in the world, in our own jurisdictions, in neighboring jurisdictions. And so promoting basic digital financial literacy for those who contribute to pension funds are important. I think that's where I would want to pause, Madam Moderator. Those are some of the strategies, I think, off the cuff, acknowledging that we are grade one is the bulk of us.
Excellent point, and thank you. So essentially, we have to be long-term focused in addressing risk. You've particularly honed on technology risk, cyber risk, fraud from all of that. And on the back of that, I would like to ask you, Simba, how are the fintech ecosystems shaping the pension industry in Kenya? Can you just talk us through that a bit?
Thank you very much. I want also to ride on the existing protocols and acknowledge my fellow panelists. Quite a lot of engagements regarding the emerging risks, and my predecessor just mentioned about the technology risks. But I want to also paint some picture around micro pension in relation to fintech, especially from a Kenyan perspective. We appreciate that the biggest challenge we have, especially in Africa, is the extent of coverage that we have, which is less than 10%. We also have quite a lot of youthful population that would be expecting us to cater for them in retirement. And fintech can actually be an accelerator towards enhancing access. If I look at Kenya from where we're standing point of view, Kenya celebrates one of the largest percentage of mobile penetration, currently at 96%. We do also have financial inclusion rate at around 84% and internet penetration of around 87%. As you may know also, M-Pesa, which is one of the innovative fintech platforms in Africa, is originally from Kenya. And in itself, it provides mobile money and also lending platforms. It's one of the largest because it processes close to 50% of the GDP in terms of payments in Kenya and also extending to other countries. Beyond that, also, we have quite a number of digital lenders, lending platforms which serve around 15 million Kenyans. And to pause there because that looks a very good, beautiful picture when you look at it from the point of view of coverage. But when it comes to pension, we still at 23% coverage. So that is a stark contrast in terms of mobile inclusion, mobile penetration, financial inclusion, and also pension coverage. However, we've also seen successes from the initial fintechs that have really supported micro pension solutions. We have around 12 in Kenya so far. One was initially introduced in 2017 called Mbao Pension Plan. And in itself, it was actually allowing people to save as low as probably $0.2 in terms of the initial entry level of minimum contributions. Within 18 months, we saw close to 300,000 members subscribing to that. That was not enough, but in the data that came about from that increase in terms of numbers, 67% of those who contributed were women compared to 40% in the traditional pension savings. But then in the lighter context of it, we saw also within the confines of the Mbao pension plan, there were quite a number of volumes in terms of individuals who onboarded themselves into that micro pension plan, but the volumes in terms of the transactions were not very high. Fast forward that to 2022, when now the government of Kenya introduced a digital financial platform that had a combination of micro savings and also micro lending. And in that platform, it's called a Hustler Fund. In itself, it will allow individuals to borrow up to $350 per individual. But then as you borrow the money, the 5% of that funds are actually retained as a saving. So in itself, how that worked is that we saw quite a number of individuals subscribing, especially the youth, which comprise of around 67%. And in the process, within 2 years, we saw 22 million subscribers subscribing into the platform to borrow, but at the same time, they are mandatorily allowed to save. Why am I bringing these two case studies? One of them is to give a point of view that one, micro pension is good in terms of technology, but there has to be other enablers to allow it accelerate. We've seen in Kenya what worked best is the fact that government intervention came in to look at how then can they support the informal sector's workers to accelerate the issues of saving. Number two, there is also the issue of blending them with the products, that's inclusive design and behavioral insights. We discovered, like any other Africans, we don't like saving. I'm sure that is the truth from all of us in the floor. We like consuming more than saving. But then at the point of interaction of consumption is when now people borrow, and then that was meant to sort of compel them to save, and we have seen quite a number. So I just want to summarize in 3 key points the impact of fintech in Kenya. One is that we've seen micro pension products. Yes, there's acceleration, but it's not enough because at this point we still have less than 30% coverage compared to 90% in terms of the mobile penetration. We have seen also hybrid products coming on board in Kenya, where now service providers are introducing innovative products that complement insurance, complement savings, and that is a good traction. I wish you could borrow more from countries like Malaysia. Malaysia, in 2022, Securities Commission of Malaysia introduced a behavioral insights report, and at the end of the 2024, they had introduced 2 products from that. One is target-dated funds, and also allowed for digital fund managers to be licensed to actually correspond to the member choice initiatives. There's been also operational transformation. I mean, we used to process payments within 90 days. With fintech, you can do within 5 minutes currently in Kenya. And to wrap up by saying that there are also emerging risks that we face, and one of them critically is the issue of cybersecurity risks, and I think my colleague has mentioned that. Increasingly, we are seeing pension-related frauds, where we do have online payments, but then you have ghost workers or ghost members accessing those benefits. We are also seeing the risk of the supervisors not having the digital supervision competency to be able to have tools to, for example, supervise or look at the compliance level of cybersecurity frameworks for the providers. But then, of course, I want to challenge all of us as I conclude that, is that I wish you could talk about, we've come from compliance-based supervision, we are now moving into risk-based supervision. What if we look at outcome-based supervision, where if we engage next year, we have targets, commitments that, for example, will enhance coverage, will enhance penetration rate, and also will also support in terms of ensuring that the minimum pension for every African worker is enhanced. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Simba. So it's important, I mean, as an industry, I think in terms of smartphone penetration, internet penetration in Africa, we are seeing that increase, and I'm sure across board, mostly similar to the numbers you have, maybe in the 70s and the 80s, but we are not leveraging that enough in the pension industry, and we need to do a lot more. And I take note of that we need incentives to drive that, so that is very important. Moving on very quickly, because we are mindful of time, my next question is to Cuthbert. There's been so much talk about ESG, and I was wondering, from a regulatory perspective in Zimbabwe, what is being done about climate change and the climate risk in general? Thanks.
Thank you, Director of Program, and good afternoon to you all. Allow me to ride on the existing protocol and also acknowledge the presentation by William, as well as submissions from our fellow panelists. As Zimbabwe, I believe we are not starting from scratch in as far as consideration of climate risk is concerned. We have a law that has been in existence, long in existence, which is regarded as prescribed asset. This law requires all pension funds and insurance companies to invest in instruments that are considered of a developmental nature. A long time ago, this used to be government bonds, quasi-government instruments, but with developments in our market, these are now instruments which can be issued even by the private sector, provided they align with the developmental aspiration of the country. So through those instruments, pension funds are required to invest at least 20% of their balance sheets in projects of a developmental nature. So taking advantage of opportunities as well as consideration of climate risk, the pensions industry in Zimbabwe is investing in renewable energy, largely solar. They are also investing in mini hydro plants, irrigation infrastructure, agro-value chains, since we're an agro-based economy. They are investing in our commercial and social infrastructure, including shopping malls, student accommodation, housing, among others. Of interest are biological assets, largely cattle, macadamia nuts, trees, among others. I think the innovation largely came from our operating environment, where largely we faced the episodes of hyperinflation, currency reforms. So the traditional debt instruments are not really very attractive to the investors. So the investments have largely been through SPVs, syndication through different asset managers. Some funds that have economies of scale can also invest on their own. So through this normal course of investments, we believe as a country we are not starting from scratch, because the investments themselves, they are speaking to climate risk. From a regulatory perspective, we do acknowledge that climate risk is real, hence the need for supervisory focus on climate risk. We've since included the climate risk as part of financial stability risk, which we assess as different financial sector supervisors in the country. We do acknowledge we need to be more deliberate apart from the normal course of investment, which is being done by pension funds. So what we are doing right now is to ensure alignment. There's been a commitment to the Paris Agreement at the national level. The nationally determined contributions have been determined. So right now we are in the process of coming up with an economic blueprint for the next 5 years. Among the key issues there is the issue of a green financing policy, which we believe would then inform the taxonomy for the financial sector. Capacity development and awareness is also underway, both for the regulator and for the regulated entities. We've engaged with the likes of IS, who have committed support to us in terms of capacity building, particularly in developing regulatory capacity in climate risk regulation, quantitative assessment of climate risk and its impact on the insurance and pensions industry. So there are a number of things underway. In a nutshell, Madam Chair, we assist with this aspect as a sector. From the insurance side, there are a lot of initiatives, but given that this fora is for pensions, I thought I could just speak to issues relating to pensions. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, it looks like Zimbabwe is doing quite a bit as it relates to integrating ESG into investing. But if I can just ask a question, you mentioned 20%. That 20% must still be invested in renewable energy solutions that help to mitigate climate risk, or it's just infrastructure generally?
The requirement was traditionally on developmental projects, national development.
Okay.
But we are now leveraging on that to focus on climate risk-related investments.
Okay, I get it. National developmental aspiration, once it fits into that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, I would move to Lizaki, and please put on your translators because the response will be in French. Are there opportunities in all this risk that we've been talking about within the pension sector that we can build on for better social security for retirees in the continent?
Merci, madame. Donc, je me présente rapidement. Je suis responsable des études à la Caisse marocaine de retraite. C'est une caisse qui s'occupe de la retraite de la fonction publique marocaine, avec à peu près 1 million d'actifs et 1 million d'affiliés, de retraités. Donc, nous gérons un portefeuille de à peu près de 60 milliards de dirhams, valeur marché 70 milliards de dirhams. Donc, pour rebondir à votre question, donc effectivement, les défis auxquels font face les régimes de retraite au niveau africain présentent des opportunités qu'il faut saisir. Il faut dire que la population africaine est une population jeune. Donc, c'est une fenêtre qui s'ouvre, mais malheureusement, cette fenêtre va se fermer rapidement, puisque la transition démographique, suite à la baisse de la fécondité, l'allongement de l'espérance de vie, et également la migration. La migration, elle a un impact important sur le vieillissement de la population africaine et qui va bénéficier pour les pays européens. Donc cela va fermer rapidement cette fenêtre. Donc il faut saisir rapidement cette occasion de la jeunesse de la population qui présente un potentiel en termes de croissance économique et pour les régimes de retraite. Mais comment les régimes de retraite peuvent saisir cette opportunité? Premièrement, il faut mettre en place des régimes de retraite adaptés, correctement financés, qui n'engendrent pas des dettes implicites transférées à des générations futures. Donc il faut bien paramétrer les régimes de retraite de telle sorte à garantir la solvabilité, l'équité, l'efficacité et aussi des régimes simples qui se prêtent à l'extension de la couverture. L'extension de la couverture, c'est une manne importante si les régimes sont bien tarifés. Donc, étant donné que la population elle est jeune, donc les cotisations collectées, bien sûr, ce sont des cotisations qui constituent de l'épargne. Et c'est de l'épargne puisque les prestations sont exigées à long terme, c'est de l'épargne longue. Donc, qui a une caractéristique très importante dans le financement de l'économie, l'infrastructure, donc également l'économie verte et les projets à valeur ajoutée importante. Donc, il faut placer ces fonds de telle sorte à défendre les intérêts des affiliés. Et heureusement, dans la plupart des cas, les intérêts des affiliés coïncident avec l'intérêt national. Donc, la croissance économique. Donc, c'est une manne financière très importante. Il faut développer également la gouvernance, la bonne gouvernance de la gestion de ces fonds. Il faut qu'il y aura la transparence et le choix des projets soit dans l'intérêt des affiliés. Donc, ça, c'est primordial. Également, il faut puisque la population et les jeunes, ils offrent une opportunité de l'éducation, de la sensibilisation aux nouvelles technologies et également à l'éducation financière pour se préparer aux défis futurs, notamment les défis liés à la longévité, à la durabilité des régimes, à l'amélioration des ressources. Donc, heureusement, on a cette opportunité en Afrique qu'il faut saisir rapidement.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry about that. So thank you. You talked about demographic shifts, which every speaker has been speaking about here today. Africa has a youthful population, but how do we take advantage of that? If I heard you clearly, that's what you said. We need to take advantage of that because with the youthful population also comes economic growth as well. So we need to take advantage of that to ensure that every working African is covered, and we need to have a well-funded and effective pension system in a nutshell. So thank you very much, Ali, for that. We'll move very quickly to the second round of questions. I will plead with my panelists. This is just 1 minute. 1 minute, and keep it short and simple. Anna, back to you again. Changes in markets and microeconomic conditions have posed serious risk for pension assets. Even moderate inflation changes, particularly in a heightened inflation environment that we are in Africa, has significant impact on pension fund assets. How do you advise that this is managed? How do we manage and contain this volatility?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think you are so correct. You know, markets are moved by facts and news and sentiments, and therefore markets inherently are volatile. We are faced with macroeconomic fluctuations that are sometimes coming at the back of geopolitical issues within countries and structures, economic structures within countries. So we are alive to interest rate changes and inflation rate changes, and how these can impact pension funds which are harboring long-term assets. I believe that for actors in the industry, again, to effectively address this risk, one needs to adopt a multi-layered and a proactive risk management approach. And some of the things, and I'll try and go quickly, some of the things that one can do, of course, is the diversification of investment portfolios. And I've seen my former colleague Taboloho in the room, so he'll probably flesh that out tomorrow for us. But asset diversification across geographies and across asset classes is important. I know that in the bulk of our region, we do mandates that are discretionary when we, as pension fund trustees, give mandates to asset managers. But I think from a fiduciary perspective as trustees, there's importance to understand that asset diversification is important through equities or bonds, infrastructure, real estate, and that would help us to reduce exposure to only local shocks, for example. And in Namibia, we have investment limits, investment classes that are dynamic and that changes with time. Alternative assets, investing in those are also important. In Namibia, again, we have unlisted investment asset class, private equity with a caveat, with essential guardrails that we allow funds to invest in. One probably needs to look at inflation protective instruments, whether it's bonds or the likes. Of course, currency risk hedging is important, whether it's through real assets or through derivatives, and how we view that as regulators is important. Dynamic asset allocation and rebalancing, finding a sweet spot between, as I've said, you know, the mandates that we give plus reallocation if there's structural shifts and movements in the market. And of course, fund management and governance is key. I think the moderator is telling me my time is up. So those are some of the things that I would mention. Thank you.
Excellent. Within a short time, you were able to pass on your message succinctly. Very good. So essentially, proactive risk management, diversification, very important. And we as a pension industry need to ensure that we're delivering inflation plus returns for all contributors and retirees alike. If I could quickly go back to Simba as well. Okay. So from an industry perspective, we looked at it from the regulatory angle, but now from an industry perspective, how is the industry treating the risk of climate change?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just to underscore the fact that...
Sorry, again, 1 minute.
Yes, sure. Just to underscore the fact that climate change is not a distant threat here with us. We manage long-term assets as pension funds, and therefore it means every dollar we invest today will be with us for the next 30 years or 40 years. And that in itself means that we will either be accelerating climate change or actually reducing it. How do the industry position themselves to issues of climate change response? We do have physical risks to look into. We do have also transitional risks as well as also liability risks that may come in if we do not proactively engage in. And I see us from an industry point of view, a starting point will be to map out all the assets or the investments that are really linked to climate risks, because currently we don't have climate risk framework within the industry. Number two is also to proactively look at green allocation. At the moment, we do have 3% allocation on green investments. What if we move that to 30%? That means we'll be also trying to enhance issues on climate change. We do also want to work closely with the trustees to ensure that we are active stewards in the context that we are pushing the conversations in the boardroom for better allocation or better issues that are actually actively looking at mitigating issues of climate change. And the last one is ideally on policy leadership. There are quite a number of disclosures that is required from the pension funds framework. We will look at the supervisors trying to support the industry in terms of enforcement of those disclosures. We do have TCFD, we do have UNPRI reporting principles, which I think pension funds should be signatories to, so that they are able to adequately disclose how they are doing on aspects of climate change. Thank you.
Excellent response there, and nothing to add. So I'm switching things over. I'm moving on to Ali. So as you know, people are getting older, living longer, and due to better health care, people taking care of themselves more, exercising, etc. And we also said that Africa has a youthful population, and what that means is potentially this population will age together, and that then brings us to what we call the longevity risk. How do you propose that this longevity risk should be managed?
Oui, effectivement, la longévité est une bonne nouvelle pour la population, surtout s'il s'opère en bonne santé. Parce que lorsqu'on parle de la longévité, il faut distinguer entre le gain de l'espérance de vie en bonne santé et en mauvaise santé. Donc, et ça va impacter aussi bien les affiliés que les régimes de retraite. De telle sorte que les régimes de retraite seront appelés à payer une prestation pour une longue période en contrepartie d'une période de cotisation qui est stable, relativement stable. Donc, comment on peut faire face à cette problématique? Premièrement, il faut que les gens ne soient pas myopes. Il faut une visibilité sur les revenus futurs. Il faut les inciter à diversifier les sources de revenus, les régimes de base, les régimes complémentaires et autres sources, de telle sorte de ne pas se baser uniquement sur une seule ressource. Pour les régimes de retraite, il faut mettre en place des régimes de retraite souples, adaptables, surtout en termes de l'âge de la retraite. Donc les gens, ils font un arbitrage entre le travail et le loisir. Et le régime de retraite, il doit mettre en place des cotisations qui sont adaptées au régime, et des prestations, et également l'âge de départ à la retraite, il doit être indexé à l'espérance de vie, de telle sorte à instaurer une équité entre les générations, entre l'effort contributif et la pension servie. Donc ça, au niveau des régimes de retraite. Troisième chose, c'est qu'il faut que les placements financiers constituent aussi une source de financement des régimes de retraite, uniquement la cotisation. Donc là, il faut exploiter cette source pour améliorer les ressources des régimes de retraite. Dernier point, il faut chercher à maintenir les gens en activité, donc le maximum en activité, de telle sorte à proposer des activités à temps partiel ou des incitations pour que les gens travaillent pour garantir un équilibre entre la période de cotisation et la période de service des prestations. Et le dernier point, c'est la revalorisation des pensions. Avec la longévité, la revalorisation des pensions devient un paramètre très important pour les régimes de retraite. Est-ce qu'il faut valoriser les pensions selon l'inflation ou selon la productivité? Ça dépend de la capacité de chaque régime à financer cette revalorisation.
Thank you, and my apologies for rushing you through there, but we're short of time and we still need to take questions. Longevity risk is real. That means we have to be prepared as a continent and make sure there is adequate pensions and social security for our senior citizens, which everyone here who is not yet one will become one day. My last question is, we'll go to Cuthbert, and that will be for you to make a bold prediction of what you think the future of the pension sector in Africa would be in the face of these internal and external risk factors that we have discussed. Again, 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I think the future lies in our actions today. We are discussing the risks facing the African pensions system, issues to do with the demographic transition, developments in the labor market, issues to do with investment performance. We've discussed a number of risks that the sector is facing. And the actions that we take today will determine the future. So I think the core really is the call to action. We need to put in place measures to mitigate the various risks that the sector is facing. We really need to focus on the long-term outcomes as presented by William, issues to do with the pension coverage, where the entire continent is averaging 9.6%, 80 to 85% of the population is excluded. We really need to come up with measures that are tailored to ensure financial inclusion, issues to do with the harnessing investment opportunities in Africa, especially infrastructure, the energy deficit which is there. These are some of the issues that I think we really need to focus on. Then regulation is certainly critical. We do have a part, policymakers and industry practitioners. So being optimistic, I think the future is bright. And the fact that we are discussing the key risks now, and given the long-term nature of pensions, I believe we're on the right track. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think that's a good way to close my panel discussion. So obviously, we all must work towards building an inclusive, resilient, and strong pension system in the continent that is inclusive. On that note, we will call for questions. We have very limited time, so I hope that we can take all the questions. Thank you.
On a un bras qui se lève là-bas. Raise your hand, please. Again. Again. Here, and then.
Merci pour l'ensemble des intervenants. Je me présente, Labiad Mustafa, la CDG au Maroc. Donc ma question porte sur un des risques émergents qui existent et qui peuvent impacter les régimes de retraite, qui est la mobilité internationale qui devient un peu accrue ces derniers temps, que ce soit en Afrique ou au niveau international. Et la question porte sur la coordination entre les régimes de retraite. Surtout, on peut commencer au niveau africain. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas une expérience de coordination entre un certain nombre de pays, surtout pour l'ouverture de droits pour des personnes qui travaillent ou qui transitent dans plusieurs pays? Donc ma question, il est adressée à la fois à l'association et aux intervenants. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas eu d'expérience de coordination entre un certain nombre de pays, ou est-ce qu'il y a des études pour déjà lancer cette coordination pour pouvoir aux gens de bénéficier de leurs droits, des gens qui peuvent travailler par exemple un certain nombre d'années dans des pays ou dans des régimes et qui ne peuvent pas avoir le nombre d'années minimales pour bénéficier d'une pension de retraite. Et avec la coordination, on peut ouvrir ce droit et leur donner la possibilité.
Alors, on va
de bénéficier.
laisser répondre, hein, justement.
Okay.
On a bien compris la
Merci.
question. Merci beaucoup. So, can somebody answer the question? On répondra à la question.
Who wants to give it a shot?
I can go first.
You can. Go ahead, Colbert, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Indeed, there is mobility of labor. The level of migrant workers in most of the jurisdictions is actually very high. I believe that then calls for portability, a framework for portability of pensions, possibly starting with the domestic portability before even talk of external. By domestic, I mean portability, say, between public and private schemes. That would then require that most of the schemes are funded. If they are not funded, I think there could be limitations. Then at a cross-border level, certainly that could be a policy consideration and a regulatory consideration. I know under SADC, the Southern African Development Community, there's that aspiration to ensure portability. Efforts, possibly colleagues from East Africa, could also share experience in that regard. But I believe harmonization of the legal and regulatory framework then becomes a prerequisite to facilitate the issue of portability of pensions. There are policy considerations there, especially as we come up with a country position on trading services. This could be one focus area where we really need to consider, because normally it's reciprocity is a key consideration in trading services. So I think the scope, the long and short, Madam Moderator, of my submission is that the scope for us to facilitate cross-border mobility of pensions. Thank you.
Another question? Okay, mister, you raised your hand earlier. Here, yes.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations and also a presentation from William. Yes, it's been noted that the risks can be identified and maybe we can do something about managing those risks. I just want to hear your views in terms of the protection that should be given to a member when actually we've done everything else, but the risk has crystallized. Assets have been lost. The return on assets is far lower than inflation. They have been eroded. Is there any protection? Yes, pension funds are long-term, but the exit of members is finite. They are coming out. They may come out at a time when the assets are actually have dipped. So what should be the protection of members during this time? Also comment on whether we should move towards the
a range in terms of retirement? Because most countries, I think, they do have point retirement, maybe retire at 65, at 60, and if you have a point retirement, it means when that time comes, even when the markets are so bad, it means you have to take what is available. So maybe your comment in terms of whether we should have a range in terms of retirement so that people can have an option to defer their retirement should the market be so bad. I thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Anna, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. That's quite a difficult question, the one of asset protection, because we know that, as I've earlier on said, trustees as fiduciaries give discretionary mandates to fund managers and asset managers within their jurisdictions. And so in our setup, for example, in Namibia, we have a large DB fund and then we have DC funds. And I believe it's probably easier with DC funds because they operate, of course, like a bank account. But with the DB funds, there's a sponsor behind it, which is the government institutions pension fund. And there's sort of a guarantee in terms of the DB fund. I think the one thing that trustees must do and that we as regulators must do is to have communication with members around member expectations, macroeconomic fluctuations, and the risks that we have just spoken about. There's other conversations in our jurisdiction around establishing something similar to a deposit guarantee scheme, for example. How do we ensure that there is a minimum pension that needs to be paid out? But again, who's at the back of that and how do you implement that? So these are questions I think that we are all sitting with. Easier for DB funds, probably more complex for DC funds. In terms of point retirement, in the face of longevity risks, I think to your point, that's something that we ought to look at. Currently in our jurisdiction, we have 60 as a point retirement, but we also have 65. And how do we therefore change and allow our legislative frameworks to allow for point retirements? I think that's a point that's well taken and that needs to be sort of thought about more broadly.
Got another question here.
Sorry, it's not a question, but just to pass an information that in the West African sub-region, a convention has been signed by the states to allow a movement of pension between the West African countries. Based on that, the National Pension Commission in Nigeria has issued a cross-border guideline. So I think perhaps based on this information, what's the view of the panel then? Do we need like conventions at the top level in our various countries, or just issue guidelines by various regulators, and how this should be handled? The cross-border movement of pensions for people who worked in various countries. Thank you.
Okay, just to keep this short, thanks for that information provided. I think we should just take that up at APSA level and see whether we can have the cross-regional agreement across all African countries. Perhaps we have room for one more question.
Two questions.
Bonjour, je vous remercie pour votre intervention. J'ai une question par rapport au rôle des organismes de retraite, d'un système de retraite qui ne doit pas se limiter, bien sûr, à assurer uniquement l'équilibre financier du régime, mais qui doit avoir des soucis aussi d'équité et de justice sociale. Donc, on sait bien que les systèmes de retraite sont investis dans la responsabilité sociale. Donc, comment s'assurer que les inégalités du marché de l'emploi ne sont pas reproduites, voire amplifiées par un système de retraite? Et le fait d'adopter des mesures d'indexation sur l'espérance de vie, sur la croissance économique et aussi sur des autres éléments qui peuvent arriver, va avoir comme incidence la diminution des prestations servies, ce qui peut générer plus de pauvreté et plus de difficultés financières. Donc comment concilier entre cet objectif d'équilibre et aussi cet objectif de combattre la pauvreté? Merci.
William, you want
Ali,
to add
you want to
something?
take that?
Oui, oui. Je vais répondre aux deux questions en même temps, la question concernant l'âge de la retraite et la question concernant l'équité. À mon avis, un régime de retraite ne doit pas entrer dans la vie des gens. Donc il ne doit pas influencer les choix des gens. Les gens, ils sont majeurs. Il faut instaurer une certaine flexibilité au niveau de l'âge de leur retraite. Mais chacun doit... le calcul de la pension de la retraite doit être indexé sur l'âge de départ à la retraite, de telle sorte à garantir l'équité entre les personnes qui travaillent pour une longue période et les personnes qui ont choisi de travailler pour une période courte. Concernant l'équité dans un régime de retraite, il y a trois manières de voir l'équité. Parfois, on confond l'équité avec l'égalité. Ce sont les prestations d'assistance en général. On offre la même prestation indépendamment de la cotisation. L'équité dans un régime de retraite doit être, pour sauvegarder la pérennité du régime, doit être définie comme une prestation qui est proportionnelle aux forces de financement de chacun. Les distorsions des marchés du travail ou autres facteurs exogènes au régime de retraite doivent être financés d'une façon spécifique. Donc l'État doit chercher des manières pour garantir l'équité entre les gens, de financer les autres problèmes qui peuvent toucher un régime de retraite. Mais le régime de retraite a une mission de garantir des prestations selon l'effort contributif de chaque individu. Et l'État peut financer les pensions minimales, la pension minimum, la pénibilité du travail. Donc il faut mettre des cotisations spécifiques afin de rendre le régime transparent et de ne pas mettre en place des transferts des fonds d'une population vers une autre.
And the very last question and reaction will be for William, please. You have the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Just a reply on the migrant pensions, which is an incredibly important issue. So globally, there are 281 million migrants who remit about $1 trillion a year and support 800 million family members. And it's fantastically important in Africa, intra-regionally, but also to other countries. And just the short answer in terms of, there's a lot of work that United Nations Capital Development Fund did and published a series of reports which we can share. One thing is on the public side, people like the EU do have portability. Some countries then have agreements with them. And that's on the public side, the International Labour Organization side. But on the private side, lots of countries talk about portability. They talk about regional portability. It's not necessarily, it's something to work on, but I guess the research that we did with the UN encourages that when you are the migrant and you're outside your home country, you can carry on contributing back into your home country. So it's cross-border, but it would be a Ugandan who's working in Kenya contributing back into the Ugandan system, or a Ghanaian who's in London who could contribute back in. And around about 25% of those migrant flows, when they're remitted to the home country, go back into some form of saving activity. So there's a big possibility. And just finally, if I may, that there's also something for the host countries. So United Arab Emirates is a world first defined contribution pension plan for all migrant workers working in certain parts so that they get in. There has to be a pension for them paid for by the employer. The trick now is to make sure that gets transferred back when they go back to South Asia, East Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, or wherever. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thank you so much. Do you want to conclude or say some words just to...
Yeah,
to end
thank you.
this panel.
And sorry, it's like we've gone overboard by a few minutes, but it's a topic we really needed to dissect and discuss in details. Overall, we face risk, but where there's risk, there's opportunity. And we need to make sure that we harness that opportunity, particularly coming from the youthful population in Africa and also from the potential economic growth that we should be witnessing, which I believe we are witnessing in some areas already. So pension coverage gap continues and still exists, and we need to find a way to ensure that we close the gap. So today, I think we've touched on that. We've touched on technology and cyber risk and ways to mitigate that. We've spoken about the investment risk, diversification, very important, and the need to ensure that pension funds are delivering inflation plus returns. And in addition to that, climate risk is very, very germane, and we have to find a way to integrate that into what we do in investments. Overall, as an industry, as regulators, I think the charge is clear. We must build a strong, resilient, and future-ready pension system for the continent. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this last panel of this morning. So let's have lunch now, right? And we will be back at, let's say 2:15. Okay. We were supposed to come back at 2 o'clock. So take your time to have lunch, 2:15. We only have one panel left this afternoon about investment. Just one instruction, I will repeat it at the end of the day. You're all invited at the gala dinner. We shared the QR code for the location, but frankly, we do not recommend you to go on your own. It's inside the Palm Grove, and shuttles will be available at 7:15 or 7:30. We'll give you the exact time for tonight. So let's have lunch and see you in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Let's go back to this last panel of the day. And I know that this is not the easiest panel to conduct just after lunch. So I'm going to ask you just to trying to wake up again. And I guess we've discussed, and I think they're going to do everything to keep you interested in this very interesting and very important topic. They're going to deal with responsible investment in the pension sector. I'm going to call the Dr. Duru Uche, who is Project Manager of Africa ESG Information Disclosure Hub, AFDB. And Dr. Duru Uche will make his presentation, 15-minute presentation, and he will be part of the panel too, and the panel will be moderated by Dr. Umaru Farouk Aminu. So, Dr. Uche, 15 minutes, floor is yours. Est-ce qu'on peut allumer le micro? Wait a second, please. Try the mic, please.
Okay. I hope you'll give me more time, given the delay in the mic. Good day, everyone, once again. And
no.
Back, I hope you had a good lunch. My name is Uche Duru, and I work with the African Development Bank. I work as a Chief Environmental and Social Safeguards Officer of the bank, and our main concern is to deal with the bank's E&S risk management and also to provide advisory and technical assistance to our clients and stakeholders, including those of you who are here. I'm very honored to be amongst you in this conference, and I want to thank the APSA for organizing this dialogue on responsible investment. So my presentation today will be on the progress towards ESG taxonomy and an ESG information hub, the obligation of pension funds. I must confess, when I was asked to make the presentation, I was a bit worried. I was being asked to present on two big initiatives all at once, each of which should actually have its own presentation. But luckily for me, dealing with in one of my meetings with Dr. Uma, he asked me a question, and I understood why he wanted me to have the presentation. He wanted to understand the difference between the two. So in my presentation, essentially, I will be talking about giving a bit of context and trends as to why we are dealing with this topic. I will also talk about the hub and the taxonomy as complementary initiatives, trying to define what they are and trying to at least leave you with one sentence to understand the difference and what the purpose of each of them is supposed to serve. And I would quickly go through the current state of the ESG taxonomy and the current state of the ESG hub, and then try to dabble into the obligations of pension funds in this context and the obligations of and the opportunities that they have. I said double because I'm an environmental scientist, but I'm going to talk a little bit about what this might mean for what you do. In terms of context, there is a shifting global trend regarding sustainable financing. There is a report from the Morgan Stanley Institute of Sustainable Investment that talks about an increase in assets under management by sustainable funds. So there is an increase. I don't want to make a mistake of the number, but essentially there's more interest in sustainability mandated funds, even if I think in that same report there was a bit of a drop in their performance in the last half of 2024 compared to more traditional funds. But that was a drop since 2022. But essentially, there's a growing interest in ESG, and it's becoming a central aspect of capital flow, especially for emerging markets like in Africa. There's also the aspect of the fiduciary duty of pension funds to manage long-term risk and secure better outcomes for the beneficiaries. In that context also, there's the issue for supervisors to ensure that the funds that they're supervising are actually contributing to economic development, especially for Africa. Of course, the pension funds in the continent hold up to 500 billion US dollars. That holds very significant prospect for economic development in the continent towards our envisaged sustainable development goals. And of course, in terms of investment decision making, there's that critical aspect of data. Where do you find the data to decide which investments that you would make? So it's within that context that we are talking about these two initiatives, the taxonomy and the hub. So essentially, what is the ESG hub? Rather, let me talk about the taxonomy first. So the taxonomy essentially is a classification system. It's an idea, I think in a nutshell, it tells you, answers the question, what is sustainable? So I want to put my funds into some kind of sustainable investment. The taxonomy is trying to say what is defined, give a list of possible investment options that are such labeled sustainable. However, on a day-to-day investment decision making, an asset manager would have to decide to analyze the characteristics of the potential investment, and there is a question of where is that data going to come from, especially in the context of the continent. Europe is luckier in that context that the data was available even before taxonomy became available, but in the continent, we have an issue of taxonomy and an issue of near lack of high-quality data as such and where to find them in the context. So that's where the ESG Hub comes in. The ESG Hub is being designed to be a centralized repository of data on ESG, on companies, in such a way that it increases visibility to African businesses and forms a marketplace between investors, financial institutions, and businesses as far as ESG information is concerned, or any other resources that might be useful in terms of decision making. So here you already have the value proposition. It intends to improve transparency, make data more available, build capacity in terms of ESG reporting, and empower African businesses to disclose their ESG performance, because that's what will drive the so-called sustainable capital to the continent. Having given that overview of how the hub interacts with the taxonomy, this is a nutshell, is the current structure of the ESG taxonomy. So the question is, how are taxonomies decided? Entities can come together and decide what it is that they want to call sustainable investment. In the case of the Africa Sustainable Finance Taxonomy, the AFDB has led that process with a number of other financial institutions trying to come to a more unified stance of what the taxonomy will look like. And of course, it's important to mention that it is a fluid concept in terms of even the number of sectors that have been defined or the sustainability objectives that are being pursued. As you can see on this presentation, an investment as such that will meet this, that is aligned with this taxonomy, you would expect is currently within the 5 sectors. Sorry, I didn't put the names, but you have transport sector, the energy sector, agriculture, manufacturing, and construction, which have been chosen based on the interplay of their contribution to GDP and their contribution to emission. Those kind of investments are expected to contribute to modern livable habitats, or contribute to income, jobs at decent work, or climate change mitigation and adaptation. This aspect are also, they're so to say, chosen as given the alignment with the African Union's Agenda 2063 that defines some of the developmental goals that Africa wants to, or Africa should pursue. Further, the alignment is assessed in terms of its contribution to any one of these sustainability objectives, and there's also an aspect of do no significant harm on environmental concerns or any of the other sustainability objectives, and as well as assessment on whether the investment may have meet minimum social safeguards assessment. In this particular case, the sustainability taxonomy is supposed to lead to three outcomes. Either is a taxonomy aligned, or it's partly taxonomy aligned or not aligned. Compared to the EU taxonomy system, which is a binary taxonomy, either the investment is aligned or not aligned, but this kind of speaks to the Africa's own context of having opportunities to transition from not so green activities to more sustainable activities. So this is essentially the current situation of the EH taxonomy. And as I mentioned earlier, it has gone through a lot of consultation with the FDB and other institutions like the FSD and different banking associations across the continent. So this is the current state. I think the next stages will be to validate and hopefully find a longer-term home for the taxonomy, probably maybe with the AU, to champion this as a benchmark taxonomy. And I'm saying this bearing in mind that already we have some countries like South Africa, Rwanda, who are also pushing their own national taxonomy, which means that these are the areas which they feel is sustainable from their own national perspective. So like what I try to point out here that is the fluidity of taxonomy as such. Excuse me. Now, going to the ESG hub, highlighting its core philosophy and its proposed structure. The philosophy is to promote transparency over perfection, understanding the market we are in. The idea is to encourage more businesses to disclose, more businesses, companies, financial institutions to make E&S disclosure, hopefully against international standards like the ISSB, for example. The idea is to also promote data accessibility and provide benchmarking functionality, as well as verifiable disclosures, a way to find a way to verify what companies are disclosing, and also provide a permission-based disclosure which empowers businesses to disclose what they want, so to say, in the absence of legislations, because that's a critical element that is missing in the African context. We don't yet have legislations compared to Europe that is incentivizing businesses to disclose. But in any case, we want to develop this digital infrastructure to facilitate the availability of data. It intends to have three core components: that of data collection and aggregation, and standardization, and all other features that would enable decision makers to make comparisons. Also provide a community for ESG practitioners. Now, going quickly, I can see my friend is here, on the obligations of pension funds and supervisors. We hope that pension funds would use the ESG hub data because its usefulness will depend on how popular it becomes in the market. Of course, it would eventually become popular as it makes the whole process of disclosure easier for companies. Supervisors are expected to make more guidelines that mandate ESG reporting to make it more of a routine business rather than just a voluntary activity, and also provide guidance to these fund managers as to how they allocate their assets to reflect sustainability aspirations, which will fall into getting more information on ESG and all that. In terms of opportunities, using the hub would help asset managers to discover new sustainable investment opportunities in the continent. The tools, as I mentioned before, would allow more benchmarking and comparison to improve ESG performance and improve risk-adjusted returns for investment. For supervisors, it would support them in having a more continent-wide insight on the pension sector's exposure to ESG issues, and hopefully use that in designing smarter supervision frameworks. I think as a closing remark, you as African pension fund supervisors, you hold the keys to mobilizing long-term capital for Africa's sustainable future. The taxonomy and the hub are not just technical tools. They will enable for stronger oversight, smarter investment, and unlocking global sustainable finance. Maybe just elaborate on that. If we are talking about mobilizing external financing into the continent, if our domestic funds are doing that already, the foreign ones would find easier partners in that journey, and that's the way we believe sustainable finance can be mobilized more intentionally in the continent. So I believe that together we can ensure that Africa's pension not only secure retirement, but also that it drives the continent's growing and inclusive growth. And I believe that the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Duru, you can take a seat because you're part of the panel too. And I'm going to call our moderator, Dr. Umaru Farouk Aminu, who is former Commissioner, National Pension Commission, PENCOM, from Nigeria. And while you are coming, I'm going to ask the speakers to come. Mr. Dududzile Nhlapo, Senior Analyst, Financial Sector Conduct Authority, the FSCA from South Africa. Mrs. Marine Juguna, Principal Specialist, Capital Markets at FSD, Africa. Mr. Youssef Chalash, de la Caisse Nationale de Retraite et d'Assurance, la SNRA, et le RCAR. And Mr. Marcus Elizabeth, Manager, Product Development and Research Unit at FSA from Seychelles. So, Doctor, floor is yours. You have the countdown just in front of you, but you have 55 minutes. You have 3 more minutes than is displayed right now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this third and I think last session for the day. We have 55 minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to discuss these issues a lot more that will bring better understanding and takeaways. We have seen from the presentation of Dr. Duru that we have been making efforts to define the taxonomy and build the hub. But one question that I'll ask Mary, and I learned that you have some slides to show on this, is, are these efforts really sort of keeping the African continent as a whole behind? Because we're always relying on international definitions and classifications to define our own taxonomies. Are these efforts really showing, proving that we're really lagging behind? Or these are some good efforts that we're doing to be independent and original?
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. I will answer that question using some slides, which really complement what Uche has presented, speaking a little bit to that question around the Africa taxonomy, sustainable finance taxonomy, and what that means for us, considering that there are other taxonomies at play, whether it is in various jurisdictions or other jurisdictions like the EU and other taxonomies. So I just wanted to, I feel like Uche has already covered quite a bit, but I just wanted to mention something about the Africa taxonomy that he's mentioned, that is under development. So one of the things is, to note about the Africa taxonomy, which is a bit different from the EU taxonomy. Some of the sustainability objectives are not environmental focused only. So there's a focus on incomes, jobs, decent work, as well as livable habitat, better quality of services. And I think that just speaks to the African context, where there's a lot more need also to focus not only on the environmental side, but also on social impact outcomes. And that's what informs that particular framing. I think Uche did mention about the various sectors. And I think, well, I don't know, just to go back to your question, Dr. Farouk, about the timing, I think in development of this taxonomy, it benefits from what has been happening already in other markets in terms of the taxonomies that are being used in other markets, but contextualizing it for the region. And I think there'll be need to really, should I say, consider how interoperable this taxonomy will be, because some countries already have taxonomies, and maybe I should even just go there. So this is a map. It may be a little bit dated. It's from 2023 from the UNFCCC website. It shows jurisdictions in Africa that already have taxonomies, and I think that, I mean, the shading, I don't know if you can see from the back, but the green shows the countries that already have a taxonomy in place. The yellow is where taxonomy is up for discussion, and some of that may have changed, I'm sure, in Morocco, Kenya as well, and I know in other countries, as highlighted, development is going on. So I'm sure in your minds the question is, how does this play out, considering there is also the Africa taxonomy? But I think it's really to say that there should be interoperability mechanisms that enable these taxonomies to apply jurisdiction-specific, but also borrowing from the wider Africa context. And I think one thing I would say that we notice, so for us at FSD Africa, we support issuers to come to market with thematic instruments. And one of the ways in which we do that is an exercise called a portfolio review, to look at the assets of an issuer. It could be a bank that wants to raise money, and try to classify the kind of assets that it already has in its book, but also the portfolio of assets that it would want to finance, and to be able to classify where do they fall within the definition of sustainable or green. And so, as we know, the different taxonomies may have different ways of looking at this. So the EU taxonomy is one that is used to do that exercise. There is also the Climate Bonds Initiative standards. And what we find is that different of these have different levels of, should I say, classification. I mean, I think they do speak to each other, but there is a way in which it differs in certain ways. And what we see, investors who want to invest in the continent alongside pension funds in some of these instruments are using, if they are based in Europe, for example, they'll use the EU taxonomy to assess what kind of projects, even within the continent, are being financed using some of the proceeds of these thematic instruments like green bonds. So what is important to note is that I think these taxonomies, whether it's the Africa one, the country ones, or even the EU ones, it's important for them to be interoperable so that they can be applied in one jurisdiction, but in a way that is not going to, cause some level of confusion. So I think that's an important point. I think the last thing I wanted to say, which is in the previous slide, is I think taxonomies are very useful, not only to issuers, as is shown on the far end, but also to investors. As I mentioned, they're being used by investors who want to identify whether they will invest in a particular instrument. They're also important for banks and financial institutions when they are designing sustainable instruments, whether it's sustainable lending, green lending, or even issuing thematic instruments. So I think it's an important tool to be able to define what is green or sustainable. Because I guess the devil is in the detail. It's important to be clear what is meant by green or sustainable. And then also regulators. And this is important for disclosures, reporting. I mean, when pension funds are saying that they're investing in green and sustainable instruments, what does that mean exactly? Unless you have a reference or a classification like a taxonomy, it becomes difficult to confirm or not whether they're really doing that. And yeah, I think I'll stop there. I think the last thing I'll say is that I think everything has its own time. I think it's okay that Africa is developing these things at this particular point, and we have a lot to learn from other markets as well.
Just an add-on question on that. Some argue that credibility of taxonomies must follow from those designed by independent third-party institutions and are published. So what do you think is the best way for Africa that we're starting now? Do we consider government/regulatory agencies driven taxonomies or private sector taxonomies? And then, whichever way we go, based on the issues you mentioned about interoperability, perhaps we need some level of standardization. What do you think?
So I think Uche did kind of allude to this in terms of where for example, the Africa taxonomy, where it should sit, who should house it, or the custodian. I think it needs to be some, should I say, an entity that is independent, or a regional entity that has, can be able to stand objectively and hold this taxonomy as a custodian of the taxonomy. Just the way we have, in other different jurisdictions, that same case applies, so that it's difficult to require, or it can be complicated to have that put in the hands of private sector players to be the custodians of the taxonomy, or how it is reviewed. When you're like the custodian of a taxonomy, I think there's an obligation to ensure that if there is review of the taxonomy, it is done in a particular way. It's a very objective process. And therefore, usually, the custodian of the taxonomy should be an independent party. I don't know. I don't know in Africa who that will be. I'm sure the African Development Bank, together with partners, are thinking about that as they develop their taxonomy. In terms of jurisdictions in countries, I think in different countries it's different. I know in the Kenya case, it was issued by the green taxonomy was issued by the central bank, and I think in several jurisdictions the regulators have taken the front line. I think it only makes sense to do that because private sector players maybe there's a level of conflict, they're not as objective, and therefore it's more a regulatory tool than a private sector instrument. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mary. Dr. Duru, I'll come back to you on the issue of these considerations for ESG, which are very important in terms of promoting environmental safety and health, in terms of promoting social considerations and better governance. But also, companies do care about the bottom line. So the tug of war between these ESG considerations and the bottom line, are we giving up the bottom line considerations?
Okay. Thank you very much. My short answer would have been, have you seen any company that failed because it was doing ESG right? I have not seen any myself, and I don't think we are forgoing the bottom line by focusing on ESG considerations. What I would rather say that we are redefining what the bottom line should be to cater for criteria that have been issued absent from the traditional balance sheet, so to say. And maybe even more so from the perspective of pension funds that have a long-term view as to what they want to achieve. If you focus solely on the short-term gains, you might see yourself having to weather the storm if your investments become exposed to aspects of climate change, which one can argue is long-term and also to some extent short-term. So ESG issues are now without doubt financially material. They affect the health of the investments that we make, or they affect the health of whatever we thought was bottom line initially. And then from the perspective of retirees, for retirees, I don't think at the end of the day, in 50 years' time, even for myself, for example, it's not just a matter of the numbers on the balance sheet. The retirees would want to have the numbers, live in a place that is environmentally safe, live in a community that is safe and that is politically stable. So if as a pension fund manager you are investing, making money, but advancing the other side of the coin, would you really consider yourself as having achieved the purpose of your principle? Who are those are retirees? So I think in a nutshell, we're not abandoning the bottom line. We are redefining the bottom line and making it more resilient and sustainable in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And perhaps we are considering issues of putting some cost elements to some intangibles. For example, I will be ready to forego some percentage in return of my investment, provided I will have a better environment to live in, because I might spend more than just what I'm earning in going to hospital if I'm sick or something.
I mentioned earlier that I'm not a financial expert, but then even from the perspective of pension fund managers, I would also assume that you want to look at, as you mentioned, your returns with risk adjustment, that to what extent you want to live with, so to say, inflated figures that actually if the E&S externalities are integrated in your calculations, you have a different figure. So it is important that we take these aspects seriously, that they're no longer aspirations. They are important, I think, as in summary, they are financially material. Luckily, we have the ISSB, for example, right now, that can help us translate these considerations to information that can be used in decision making. So they are important, and I believe they are here to stay. Not because I'm an specialist, but because it's logical. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much once again. Mr. Yusuf, what do you think should be the roles of the pension funds in fostering economic progress while ensuring these ESG principles are strictly adhered to?
Well, thank you, Dr. Farouk. Let me first thank APSA and ACAPS for this invitation and giving me this opportunity to attend this insightful conference. Thank you for your question, which connects pension funds with economic impact. And I really would like to talk specifically about the impact in terms of climate change, because it's one of the main vulnerabilities that our country is suffering from, despite bearing less responsibility for it. As you know, our African country produces only 4% of the global greenhouse emissions. But at the same time, our countries, our population, our farmlands, our water systems are bearing all the harmful consequences of climate change. I can speak about the Moroccan situation, where water stress is a real issue, and a global national plan has been designed to face this challenge, which is equally an economic challenge. So when talking about pension funds' role, I think they have a great role to play as institutional leaders and long-term investments to act as a catalyst for some kind of projects that will focus on impact on global economy and specifically on climate change. But in my opinion, one of the biggest challenges is the size of pension funds to have this kind of impact. If you look at local economies, you will maybe see that they are large in comparison with other local asset categories, but in absolute, the size is too limited for pension funds to have a real impact and to really influence some challenges like global economic development and climate change. To give you the numbers, pension assets in Africa represent only 15% of global GDP in comparison with 90% in OECD countries. So the gap is huge, but the good news is that the potential is also huge because globally in sub-Saharan Africa, only 10% of workers are contributing to a pension system. So there is a really need to grow the size by bringing new population to the pension system and extend the coverage. So the first challenge is the size. The second challenge is, in my opinion, is the investment philosophy. We can honestly ask the question, are African pension funds investment strategies driven by economic impact or by climate change? The answer is maybe yes, maybe no, maybe partially. It depends on the country, it depends on the investment process, it depends more specifically on the pension scheme we are talking about. But what we see is that unfortunately, many pension schemes in Africa are facing structural deficits. And in these situations, managers prioritize financial purposes, which is very normal. Which is not normal is the perception of impact investment as a luxury and not as a necessity. And this is precisely the perception that needs to change. It needs to change because it's no more true. The numbers can prove it. Performance, there is no contradiction between long-term performance and ESG investments or impact investments. If you look at MSCI index ESG performances, we will find that stocks that focus on ESG outperform their counterparts within the same sectors. And I can also speak from our own experience as a manager of RCAR, which is one of the main pension schemes in Morocco. And our performance analysis show that the most impactful investment that we made in the last decade are at the same time one of the most profitable financially, despite the fact that initially we didn't have a formalized ESG investment process. But now, when it's the case, and more recently, we have, for example, financed a seawater desalination plant powered by green energy. So this is a great example of how we can combine long-term financial investments with impact criteria. So this is what needs to change to allow pension funds to have more economic impact, particularly concerning climate change, and to make this sustainable and long-term, and to make it the rule and not the exception. I really would like to highlight the role of governance. Governance is the only mean to make this process sustainable and to make it engaging for all of us in day-to-day investment processes. And if we do so, there is really no reason for Africa being on the sidelines of all the developments that we see in international markets in terms of green assets and impact investing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf. I go to Mr. Marcos. Is ESG investing by pension funds in Africa a supply or a demand problem?
Thank you. It's quite a really interesting question in terms of whether ESG investment in Africa is a demand or a supply problem. In practice, in reality, I will say it's often both. ESG investment in Africa, my pension fund face both a demand problem and a supply problem. To understand the problem itself, it depends on which perspective you are looking at it and analyzing it. I will say from a demand perspective, it's a demand problem when beneficiaries doesn't value or request ESG investment. Pension fund and trustees are hesitant to prioritize ESG concern due to fiduciary duties or returns. There's a low willingness for pension funds or managers to allocate capitals towards ESG due to the perceived performance risk. And also, regulatory clarity is lacking, making pension fund itself reluctant to demand ESG problem. So I would say, even though there's a global drive, there's a global demand for ESG, in this case, investors, meaning the pension funds themselves, are not pulling capital towards ESG strategies. So there's an insufficient demand to drive more ESG products and performance innovation. When looking at from a supply side perspective, I will say there's a shortage of scalable or credible ESG investment. Pension funds themselves are hesitant to prioritize ESG due to concern over their fiduciary duties and returns. There's low willingness for pension fund managers to allocate capital towards ESG due to perceived performance risk, and also regulatory clarity, making pension funds more reluctant. Sorry, I think I missed. Right, let me go back. In terms of a supply problem, I would say there's a shortage of scalable and ESG investment products. Available ESG funds are greenwash, lacking transparency or integrity. There's also a reducing confidence among pension fund investors. There are data gaps and inconsistent ESG ratings, making it hard for pension funds to invest or assess, compare ESG opportunities. There's not enough companies who are truly aligned with ESG goals, especially in making private markets or emerging economies. In this case, investors are not pulling towards ESG strategies. There's an insufficient demand for ESG products or performance innovation. So looking at it from an African perspective, I will probably come to the conclusion that it's more of a supply side problem. Even though there's a demand for it growing amongst the African countries, there's an increase, but it's not even. There's a supply in terms of major constraints and limited capacity and information. Capacity to invest and develop ESG products are low. There are data gaps, especially for ESG data. And what are the areas of intervention which are required for ESG demand and to address the demand and supply problem? Action area focuses on capacity building, product innovation, de-risking, data and metrics, and also real investment in ESG area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marcos. Now, just a follow-up question on this. What would you recommend to both the supply and the demand side in Africa to do in order to improve the necessary expertise, commit adequate resources in courts, and then have some commitment that would drive both improving the supply and the demand sides?
I believe for the African region, all needs to have a more common approach in terms of what we're going to adopt for a ESG framework, not only for specific countries, but a continental-wide drive in what should be adopted for the whole African region in terms of capacity building, investment opportunities, development of investment opportunities, which should focus on not only in the pension area, but also bringing other sectors for, especially in the capital market areas, which present other opportunities which are more focused towards ESG. Thank you.
Okay. So going to Ms. Diapo, I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Okay, so in terms of where we are at the moment with availability of instruments that can be so-called defined as ESG, do you think perhaps Africa should consider having a sandbox where perhaps we said, well, this particular instruments can be considered if the underlying revenue is perhaps just like a percentage, and what percentage is the right percentage to be considered as ESG compliant, on the component?
Good afternoon, everyone, and it is an honor and a privilege to be in the midst of so many experts and also in the midst of two of my superiors. I'm probably the infant in the room because all of you here are experts. Thank you, Doc, for your question. With regards to the percentage of compliance, I think it would be very difficult to actually tell whether retirement funds has to be compliant 100% or 75%. It would actually be difficult to tell. So it would be reasonable to set out reasonable requirements in order for this, because it's something that is still in the developing stage. It's not advanced, so it would be actually recommendable for regulators or organizations to put in requirements for the funds to say that these are actually the requirements that one needs to fulfill in order to be ESG compliant.
So perhaps if we consider the situation where given the situation at the moment, X percentage is considered, and then we continue to tighten the rope as we gain more, how to say, we get more advanced in these things, and then more asset classes are developed due to maybe some incentives and so on. How do you think, in terms of developing the policy and implementing, what's the best way to go around this?
I think it is important for countries to develop regulatory measures in order to ensure that there is compliance from investors and also retirement funds. So it's important to lay a foundation of regulatory framework, and in order to give guidance to the regulators and also build that foundation of making sure there is compliance.
Okay, Mary, finally, back to you. In terms of incorporating ESG criteria into pension fund management, which is still in its early stages in Africa. So what are the factors that are contributing to the shift in Africa towards, consideration of ESG compliant investments for pension funds?
So from a South African point of view, which now the FSCA is looking to pilot the project of green financing taxonomy. I think it would be the requirements would be disclosures and also consumer education. It's important to actually educate as many consumers as possible to ensure that they are well informed of their investments and how they must spend and their spending habits, and also how investments are made on their behalf. I think that will eliminate an element of surprise when they go on retirement, in terms of they will know pretty much what they expect, and also they will make well-informed decisions. I think knowledge gives one power to actually make more informed decisions.
Okay, Mary, can you also have a word on this? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I'll request my colleague, if you don't mind, just pressing the cursor to the next slide. Okay. So I just want to take 1 or 2 steps back as we think about this question around the uptake on sustainable investing or ESG-focused investing for pension funds in Africa. And so I think just one thing, and this is what this slide really speaks to, and I know in the room, of course, there are regulators who regulate a cross-section of, from institutions or regulators that have a mandate to regulate both pensions and insurance, or even insurance, pensions, and capital markets. But I think I always find it useful to understand the ESG universe, taking into account that the financial market is very interconnected. So whether we are talking about pension funds as institutional investors, and looking at the entire financial markets from issuers, and trying to understand what is the entire ESG universe. Because I'm sure, I don't know if you're like me, but I feel that there are many standards, there are many requirements, whether it's certain rating providers, providing different types of ratings on ESG, or even just looking at the disclosure requirements that many of the financial institutions in our markets will have to comply with, whether it is on IFRS, S1 and S2 disclosures, which really talk about the climate and sustainability related disclosures that have an impact on financial performance. Climate and sustainability related risks and opportunities that have an impact on financial performance. There is the GRI on impact. I mean, there are very many pieces in the entire ecosystem. And we also are seeing regulators across both insurance, pensions, even capital market regulators putting in place principles that their regulated entities should be complying with in terms of disclosure. So, I mean, there's a whole range, but I see that all these are quite interconnected. But I think the main point to say, in my view, about what is driving or what could drive behavior, I think there are 2 things. Because behavior is either you're forced to do something, or as a player in the market, you, of your own volition, choose to do it. And I think there's a mix of those in the African market, because I don't really see, pension regulators here may agree that I don't really see that pension regulators are proactively moving towards ESG investing. There are some perhaps that may have signed up to some voluntary standards which they want to comply with, maybe because of certain links with other global institutional investors as well. For example, the PRI standards, the PRI principles. But I think what we are likely to see, in my view, in our markets is that a lot of this may be driven by regulatory changes, where there is a need, where the regulators actually require their markets to disclose certain information, or to even exercise their investment obligations in line with certain ESG principles. And I think it'll, of course, as with any new thing, I think it will take time. And there are several other challenges, including availability of data. That can be a challenge for some of the entities to report on. And probably even fragmentation. There are issues around, in markets where there is no taxonomy, what classification criteria will be used to determine what is really green and what is really sustainable. I think all those are, I would say, teething problems, but I think there's an opportunity here. Pension money is long-term money, so it's important to think about what is the long-term, sustainability, thinking sustainability-wise in terms of, will these assets be valued at what they are valued today, 10 years from now? When you think about not just fiscal risks that different markets are facing, when we talk about fiscal risks, you see how, For example, currency volatility really wipes out the assets under management in any jurisdiction. But beyond that, that is something that we easily understand because we can see it happening in some of our markets. But when you talk about climate and sustainability risk and the rest of that, which we know is really impacting us as a continent, I think it behoves us as regulators in the room, but also players within this market to think about that long-term impact on the assets that we say are being safeguarded for future generations and even being mobilized or accumulated to be able to drive economic growth. So in my view, I think regulators, I think I was a regulator myself in the capital market space, but I find that regulators have a very important role, not only in putting in place the requirements that, of course, usually the intention is the requirements are meant to be complied with, but beyond that, I think regulators have a very strong influencing role as market facilitators in our African markets to drive change towards ESG-focused investing. So in short, I think it's two things. It's pension funds moving voluntarily towards this, but also I think regulation also has a role to play in terms of driving behavior change. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we have few more minutes, so I would want to send this question across the panel. Anybody with an idea or with a view on this, regarding particularly what roles do you think APSA should play in promoting these ESG practices in Africa, particularly in the development of the African ESG taxonomy, in legislations, development and implementation of legislations, screening of investment instruments, disclosure and reporting, and overall standardization. So any of these issues, so development of the taxonomy, development and implementation of legislations, indeed subsidiary legislations as well, and then screening of investments, disclosure and reporting, and overall standardization. Any one or a combination of, one or two or three of these issues, if you can just have your views, this across the panel. Thank you.
Maybe a short answer, even if I'm not a regulator. What I think is, I think the first role would be to foster the culture and the investment philosophy. I think regulators have a big role of communication on some issues of, for example, the impact of environmental issues on our own portfolios, the issue of the absence of contradiction between profitability and impact investment. I think there is a big role of communication. And besides, what I think is that African countries need to keep their own specificities, to respect their own context. There are universal rules, but I think countries are different, and each particular investor needs to keep the space to implement his own convinces and combining the needs of his own pension scheme to his own particular financial and economic context in the market within which he is evolving.
Any views to share on this?
All right. Even when you talk about regulations per se, I also wanted to add it's also a matter of the kind of regulations you are doing, because the real dilemma I think Africa is in pursuing these what some may see as lofty standards, while also being bogged down by developmental concerns. So you can have punitive regulations. You can also have regulations that incentivize good behavior, or maybe not necessarily regulated, but recognition given to good behavior, which is why I think that even when regulators have to act, it has to be piecemeal to see, okay, we take the first steps, how does it affect the market, how does it affect the flow of capital per se, and its outcome. But you can start from simply recognizing the good actors, people who are disclosing their information. Okay, there may be some kind of recognition given to them. And gradually, I think that could signal even a voluntary positive behavior rather than kind of a stick or sword approach that may get you what you want in terms of ESG, but might also hinder other aspects of the economy. So I think regulations is good, but think carefully about the regulation but start baby steps and push more things that could, my own opinion, push more ideas that could foster voluntary good behavior. Thank you.
I think for me, I just want to say that I think APSA has a very good opportunity on this one, because I think the study that was mentioned earlier by the chairperson, the landscape, the Africa-wide landscape analysis, maybe some of you may have heard yesterday that it's meant to cover very many areas, just looking at specific jurisdictions and understanding the nuances in various jurisdictions about the regulatory framework, ESG integration in different markets, what's working, and I mean, who are the front runners, what can we learn from those, and many other data points. So I really think that APSA has a golden opportunity here to leverage those insights that will come through on what's working in other markets. I mean, there's always one who is ahead of the curve, and there's a lot to learn from those, or even other markets, other emerging and frontier markets on this topic. And so for me, I think that's one of the things that can be leveraged by those in this room, really learning from each other and building from the information that is already out there to just deepen this. But I think for me, the last point really is to say that, as I was saying earlier, I think regulators have a very important role in influencing market behavior. And I think for me, this message about how long-term capital, because it's long-term, you would expect that it's growing over time, and it remains resilient and it continues to grow and serve the purpose that it's meant to serve over time. But without thinking about these ESG issues, then it means there's a component of that long-term capital preservation that is not being taken into account. So I think it's important for markets and regulators to think about.
Well, I think with regards to Africa, as it has many developing countries, it would be great to learn from each other as countries and also ensure that go towards mandatory disclosure in order to ensure credibility and also drive towards the direction of compliance in the ESG.
All right. Thank you. I believe the areas in which APSA can leverage on as a matter of priority relates to capacity building, whereby you can train the regulators, train the trustees, the asset managers on the ESG risk and returns. By doing so, it will allow the trained individuals to actually develop the matrices and data, whereby there's be a more well-defined structure in terms of ESG disclosures and ESG rating tools. Then, by doing so, when you have the data, the capacity, it will allow the regulators themselves to put in place framework in which it will allow product innovation and diversification that will enhance collaboration between locally ESG-aligned vehicles. At the end of the day, once all of this has been achieved, it will present real investment opportunities within the ESG field, such as green bonds, climate change resilience, infrastructures, and also through mutual funds. So all of these, there's a link whereby I am of the opinion that the capacity should form as the most priority in which APSA can leverage on. Thank you.
Okay. Just if anyone has any one final point to make in just a minute. Any of the panelists? Or we'll open the floor for questions. Okay, so the floor is open for questions to the panelists. Hopefully in the Q&A session, we'll be able to dive deeper into some of these issues and bring some more issues that are very good take-homes and takeaways from here. Thank you. So,
bringing the mic.
Well, I'm Tunde Alayonde from National Pension Commission, Nigeria. I want to believe that the ultimate goal of examining this taxonomy this afternoon is for the purpose of having a unified taxonomy in Africa. If I'm very correct by saying that, then I have this question in terms of one of the challenges that a unified taxonomy is likely to face on the continent because of disaggregated and fragmented ecosystems, wherein we have different types of pension systems running across different countries in Africa. For example, we have contributory defined benefit schemes, we have defined benefit schemes, defined contributory pension schemes, as well as different types of occupational pensions. So this disaggregation gives a problem of how to aggregate these demand-side schemes. And two, it also poses the challenge to technology in terms of streamlining pension contributions and reporting standards. So another challenge that I can also see from trying to do a unified taxonomy in Africa is the restrictive investment regulations that we have across different funds on the continent. So, and to the extent that different countries have their preferred financial instruments in which pension funds can be invested, this can also pose a serious challenge in coming up with a unified taxonomy for the continent. Thank you.
Yes, Dariusz Stanko, European Secretariat. I had a look at the presentation of Dr. Uche, and it was a very good and interesting presentation, but I just have observation that I find it a little bit uncomfortable to state that it's the role of the pension supervisors to stimulate or guide the investment asset allocation by pension funds, because I think it's rather not their role, and there might be some reputational problems. So I think that probably this statement might be translated into providing guidelines on how these ESG factors should be taken into account when taking decisions on the asset allocation. So this is just the observation. Thank you.
We have another question here.
Yes, here.
So, testimony.
Hello. So my name's Fiona Reynolds. I'm from the Collar Pensions Institute, but prior to that I ran the Principles for Responsible Investment for nearly a decade, so this is definitely my area. So maybe it's a few comments rather than questions. I think when you're talking about ESG is not just a product. So it's not just something that you can put an ESG label on and then you invest in it. If you've got a whole portfolio and all you think about in terms of ESG is I'll put a little bit of money in that green bond, that's not really helping your whole portfolio. You need to think about ESG risks in everything that you invest in, because there are risks. I think the other thing that is with the taxonomy that you were talking about, I think it's good if Africa can sit back and see what others are doing, because as we know, in the EU, they've put a lot of rules around sustainability in place. They're now looking at winding back a lot of those rules because they've gone too far and they're stifling innovation in their companies. So that's important as well. So I think it's good not to have to rush to do these things. And it is important that you think about your own, while you want interoperability, you have to think about your own economy. I also sit on the board of the Australian Sustainable Finance Institute, and we just launched our own taxonomy a few weeks ago. While we definitely looked at how we make sure that it's operable with other countries around the world, we had to think about our own economy and what's right for our own economy, and that will differ, and I think that's really important to be considering as well when you're doing these things.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? 3, 2, 1. Okay, so you can come to the conclusion of the panel.
Yes, so my understanding, all the 3 interventions from the floor are actually comments, not necessarily questions. Am I right on that? Which I believe the panel has taken well note of, and I believe the Secretariat has taken note of these very good interventions. So I would like to just close this session and say that it's important for us to know that right from a 2004 United Nations report titled "Who Cares Wins," this provided for the first time the mainstreaming mention of ESG in the modern context. So much has been done so far, largely by the most developed economies. However, the developing economies are also coming up, and we have seen that when you look at the contributions of the ESG and indeed the financial standing of ESG investments across the globe, which a 2022 PwC report said is going to go to about $34 trillion by the end of 2026. And indeed what has been done in Africa, we would really say that these ESG things, apart from what we know, that they help the society, they keep everybody protected, but indeed they provide an enormous opportunity for indeed not only Africa, but the entire world. And Africa is just starting like all green. Hopefully we'll be able to come up with very good policy documentations that will help us drive this further and help our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. So here we come to the end of this day 1. So again, have a rest. Enjoy your stay in Marrakesh. And don't forget the gala dinner. And 7:15 in front of the hotel for the shuttles. 7:15. And tomorrow we will continue. We'll go on with our discussion with the 2 panels tomorrow morning. So same thing that you did today, 8:30 to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, so see you at the gala dinner. Bye-bye.